Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome, Mr. and Mrs. America. Sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, comrades and friends. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
I assume there's a new Poundcake podcast.
There is.
At AlanCoxShow.com.
Well, I haven't posted at AlanCoxShow.com because I didn't get anything from Poundcake.
My apologies. I'll send that over.
Okay.
Anywhere you get podcasts, including iHeartMedia app.
Mm-hmm. iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio.
For one thing.
I don't know where I am.
Anywhere you get your podcast, provided Poundcake submits them.
No, the podcast
podcast is up.
The bio. I forgot. I thought I sent it last night, and I guess I didn't.
Oh, so when you finish a podcast, you submit it to the app. How does that? What's that process?
The app uploads. It's the bio that goes to the website that I didn't send to Bill.
That
Bill
I
posts
post
to the website.
Everything's
the podcast is on iHeartRadio and everything, but just as far as like.
But you have to send it to Bill to get it on our show site.
To post it on the website, which you could probably do. Well, you probably have access to that. But then I make the graphic for him as well, too. So I'll do it.
Yeah, is there any way that Markel Ungungador could do it? Because he's back.
I'm going to delegate to Markel Ungungador.
Markel Ungungador. All right. I mean, that's one less thing that's got to be on your plate if Markel can handle it. Back there at Alan Cox Show, Video Central.
I'm annoyed with technology today. Like, these cameras are, like, we need to get to that new studio if we're going to keep this live stream going, because I use iPhones, for people that don't know, to do our live stream. And
you've completely jury-rigged this studio, to your credit.
Right. So I've done the best I can with the situation, but now we also, I can't even replace the phones anymore, because the person that had access to the network that we use just resigned from the company. So
and the hits keep on coming.
So I don't have that access. It's from two IT guys ago anyway that set it up. So he was lucky that he was able to figure out how to add stuff, because we have to add things to a specific network in order to use them. It's not interesting stuff, but it's annoying stuff for me, because the phone that I use for your camera, Alan, is splitting in two.
Well, that's why I'll be honest with you, it makes me very nervous, these new studios, because it's all this state-of-the-art equipment. But what that means is that there's going to be a lot less, the physical footprint of the radio station is going to be much smaller. Of course, that's by design. We'll all be on one ground floor of the new building downtown. And we'll have far less equipment. The thought being that the technology has advanced to the point where everything's going to be in the cloud. Everything's going to be in the cloud, which just, as an old school radio guy, makes me nervous. Because if something takes a crap, what am I calling an IT guy and going, So it sounds cool, but I have the feeling.
Well, clouds are so reliable.
There's going to be a lot
always count on a cloud.
Bugs to work out. Well, also, I think I don't think it's a particularly nefarious plan, but I kind of see what they're doing in this company. Is they figure, well, the more things that these dopes on the air have to figure out for themselves, the more people who would normally do that we can let go of. So, like, we'll be doing the show, and they'll be doing this, and then we'll handle that, and we'll be a self-contained organism.
And there's
of course, the content of the show will suffer greatly because, of course, we'll be doing all these other people's jobs. But hey, whatever, that's fine.
That's old hat for me.
Come on, whatever.
I've been spinning plates for a while now. You do a lot too. Like, you don't even have a producer because
I got to do the show.
Yeah.
I mean,
But you do a lot of things for the show that other people don't do for their show. There's a lot of people that have their name on the show and they just sit by a mic and turn it on, and then people hand them stuff and they talk about it.
Well, I don't want to do that.
Do a lot more for your show than a lot of other people
Listen,
do.
I've been told over the years.
I'm not explaining this right. Mary, could you explain this as me to Alan?
Well, Alan, I just want to let you know that you're like the best radio host that ever existed because you do everything yourself because you're such a good producer and you answer your phones and everything's amazing. You're really pretty.
Listen, pretty. Oh, thank you. You call it pretty.
I wrote that.
No,
for her.
but it's thank you.
Just the pretty part.
You wrote it with your eyes and then telegraphed it to her across the room. No, but I've been told over the years. I went to go see my family a couple of weekends ago, and it had been a long time, about a year and a half. And they were talking to me about work and everything, and my dad's like, oh, you should delegate. And I go, gee, thanks, Dad. There's no one to whom to delegate. Second of all, I have tried delegation over the years. And
Markel Ungungador.
There you go. I'll go, hey, could you do this? And then I'll go, no, I'll do it. That's why I don't delegate. But yeah, I'm not a good delegator. But as a result, whatever. When I take my hands off the wheel, that's when things go to shrimp. So as a result, hands on the wheel, gripping it tightly. But again, with people like Markel Undungador in the back there, I think we'll be just fine. If you would like, so people can watch or they can't watch?
They can watch. It's working. I got it all working.
He's saying just, for now.
Yeah, for now. Like things are basically duct taped together at this point where I just saw this before the show started. I'm like, why isn't Alan's camera coming on? And then I go to look at it and type in a password because it's all networked and stuff. I noticed that the screen is popping out of the case, basically, because it's been sitting in that holster for 2 years. And basically, I need that to work till December or maybe March.
Well,
we'll see.
of 2023.
Yeah, we'll see.
If I have a vote at all, if there's one camera that wouldn't work, I would be so happy if it was mine. Just FYI. Well, Nikki Glazer is going to join us today. I haven't caught up with her in a while. She hosts a show called F-Boy Island that I cannot wait to talk to her about. John Caparulo is going to join us later on, too. He's doing hilarities this week with One Mary Santora.
Yeah.
Does that start tonight, that run?
Tonight. One tonight, two tomorrow, two Saturday.
All right. John Caparulo, of course, the pride of Kent State University. I haven't talked to him in a minute either. So we'll get to those. And what else? Oh, I've got something. This is not a public event. This is not an event that is open to the public. But I'm giving away a couple of passes for you and a pal. The band Seether, if you are a fan of them, they are stopping by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on Sunday because they have an exhibit and they are donating some of their items to the Rock Hall's permanent collection. And so we've set up a little meet and greet for you with Seether on Sunday. You'll get to take in the full faith and credit of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there, but this is not a public event. So this is a VIP thing that I'm going to give away to you. If you're a fan of that band, you can hang with them for a bit at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on Sunday. So I'm going to do that around 4:20 this afternoon. I just want to say that out loud so that I don't forget it and so that you know it's coming. And I'll also have another trip to Vegas to give to you later on as well. So I'm going to try to pack in as much as I possibly can today. But 5:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab a keyword. There's a trip to Vegas on the line for that, for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, which is the middle of next month in Las Vegas. I keep joking, we were there a few weeks back, and it was 116, and people, some of our Vegas bureau chiefs have texted and said, well, it's 95 degrees now.
Oh, how cool.
I'll tell you what, it might sound silly. I bet that you would absolutely notice a change from 116 degrees to 95.
20 degrees.
Right, but when it's super hot and dry, I don't know that would be as obvious as you might think that you would notice that. You know what I mean? If it were here, sure, you would notice a 20-degree drop in temperature. But if you're in Las Vegas, I bet you would notice that. You go, ooh, it's maybe I'll bring a sweater today.
Ooh.
It's only 95.
A little breeze might
It's so
get
nice
chilly.
out here. A little breeze. Breezy schmeezy. Oh. Boy, by the way, did I get a lot of messages from people about Mary at the water park.
Oh, my God. So did I.
I'm sure you did. From parents who were probably telling you, yeah, see, that's why.
How'd you not know? Why would I know? I've gone into
She's a single woman
I've gone into
who up
every
until a few years
situation.
ago was a blackout drunk.
That's what I'm saying.
How would she? She can't remember things that happened to her, let alone other people. All right.
People were very upset with me, calling me immature and telling me that I've never lived a life. And I'm like, how could you expect someone who's never had kids to understand what it's like to be a parent?
By the way,
that doesn't make any sense.
But using that logic would make someone who started cranking out kids at 17 or 18 just as immature.
Right.
Because they have had so much free time restricted to them. They don't know the other side of that coin. Right. But again, no one expects a single person to know those things. I didn't know until I started having kids. Why would I know? A, why would I know? B, why would that information be useful? Why would I care? Why is that? That's why a lot of people are like, I'm not having kids.
Yeah.
I don't need to know it. Don't want to know it. I want every single minute of my day to be for me.
Up until a couple months ago, I have been the only person I have ever had to worry about.
How dare you?
Dude, I don't think people realize that. Like, yes, I am 31 years old.
Yes.
But as long as my cat is fed and my bills are paid, nothing else really registers. I'm not paying attention to plushies costing $25 or cabanas being a ripoff because you're just so desperate to get to a home base.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
why would I? I would go pay my $30 drink that, yes, I understand that events, things are more expensive, but I'm going to drink it on a lazy river until I fall asleep.
Yeah.
You know?
What a glorious way to spend your day.
That's how I've spent my whole life.
Oh my God, keep doing that. What a glory. We can live vicariously through you.
I can't believe
I love
stupid.
I love my children. But I'll tell you what, there's nothing better than only having yourself to contend with.
Yeah.
It's the best.
I was thinking about that this morning. My sister called me and she's like, come over and help me clean my house. I was like, one, my car's in the shop, so I don't know how you expect me to get there.
Oh, what's wrong
Two,
with it?
From the thing on the road that I hit or
okay.
whatever.
Yeah.
But, and two, it's like I woke up and my whole apartment is cleaned in about 15 minutes because I'm the only person who lives there. Like,
I'm not picking up Legos.
Yes, those frustrations are foreign to me.
And they take advantage of you because you are single and they know you don't have anything else to do. You're like, hey, I wish my brother would call me. Like, hey, I need you to help me clean my house. I'd be like, hey, I need you to like not call me at all. He called me today. He's like, hey, what you doing? I'm like, I'm at work, bro. What are you doing? He's like, oh, well, I was just killing time. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm at work.
Get a job.
How's he killing? What does he do? What?
How's
he killing time when he's got a kid? He's got a baby.
First of all, he is not they're working out the details right now. So the kid is not like living with him. But he is a truck driver.
Wait, he and the baby are working out the details?
Yeah. Him and the baby mama.
Does the baby have legal representation? Oh.
But
they're not together.
No, honey. Believe me, if I could tell you the story.
I love how some people lay out their lives. Oh, God. Hey, I think I'm going to have a kid with someone I hate. Perfect idea. Fantastic.
It's not for air, but like I can tell you the story if you're really curious.
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, listen, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there if you like. And if you want to join us on the phone, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to join us live. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. For all the other stuff. Indians lose to the Blue Jays last night in Toronto, 8-6. Blue Jays take 2 of 3 so far. They will finish the series tonight. That's a 7:07 start here on WMMS. So the pregame gets going 30 minutes prior, and then the Indians are home for about a week to play the Tigers and the A's. Monday, I think they're doing a makeup game against the Reds. So that's a 6:10 start on Monday. We will be out. But 6:10, it's Reds, Indians here on MMS. And there's only so much baseball left to be played throughout the regular season. We've only got until the first week of October. So it doesn't sound like much, but there's a lot of games still to be played. Weeks and weeks of games. There's simply no way to know how much time there is between now and the 3rd of October when they'll close the regular season against the Texas Rangers. Nevertheless, that information is probably available to someone. It's probably discernible.
They keep that stuff under lock and key.
They really do. And I'm not sure why they do. You think they would want to be more transparent as an organization. A big hoopla downtown, though, that they extended the lease on Progressive Field. You know, every couple of years, somebody will walk up to the keys to Progressive Field, and they'll say, what do we have to do to keep you in this stadium for another few years? And then there's all these arguments back and forth because, of course, billionaire team owners always go to the public to finance these things. I don't think that's the case here. But they've extended
some of the case.
Well, I guess it depends on who you believe. The story that I read was that it wasn't going to be financed with taxpayer money, which is usually not the case.
See, what I saw was that it's several different things. The Dolans are paying for some of it, but then there's state, city, and county taxes that are going to it. So.
Well, anyway, they've extended their lease for another 25 years. So, hey, listen, when you're beginning the Guardians, the era of the Cleveland Guardians, you know, you're not going to hold that up. And boy, I'll tell you what, if you want to have a hoot, if you want to read the musings of some octogenarians and nonagerian, I think that's the word, really old guys writing letters to the editor in the Plain Dealer about them changing the name of the baseball team, hoo doggy, will you have a hoot and a half reading those? The dyed-in-the-wool lifelong fans who have now bailed because they changed the name. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool lifelong fan. Except not anymore. I have been, my son and grandson will no longer attend. And I only know how old they are because they love to tell you how old they are. Because I guess in their mind, that gives them decades of credibility with an organization. But multiple letters to the editor, local publications from old people
Handwritten.
who are simply, they are crestfallen, would be a diplomatic way to put it. At the renaming of the Cleveland Indians.
In all my 92 years, I've never been offended by anything.
I'm a World War II veteran. I stormed the beach at Normandy. I was a hero for my country. I was one of the bravest people of my generation. But I will not abide a baseball name change. So it's along those lines, but blah, blah, who cares? Hey, if you've noticed... that maybe you're starting to, you've been ordering things for a while now, and you go, why is this taking so long? It's because of that stupid boat that was in the Suez Canal. Remember that boat that was full of crap?
Yeah.
And they couldn't get it out of there? Right.
Still holding things up, huh?
Well, it had been in the Suez Canal, even though they unwedged it. There were fights over who was going to pay the bill of impounding the boat, whatever it was, right? So there was it going to go to insurance companies? Was it going to go to the country? That boat has just now gotten to its destination.
That's crazy.
In England. So they said, well, it was carrying all kinds of things, right? It was carrying $775 million worth of cargo.
Jesus.
A lot of it was food that will obviously have to be destroyed. But other things, let's say that you ordered some lounge furniture from a website that you didn't know was based in another country. You didn't know that stuff was coming by boat. Well, you might be just in time to enjoy the dog days of summer. Maybe you'll be getting that lounge furniture. The ship was originally due to arrive in early April, and it got stuck in the Suez Canal. Of course, for non-history buffs, part of the world immortalized in the classic Billy Joel song, "We Didn't Start the Fire," the Suez Canal. Anybody know what anaerobic digestion is? They said that's how they're going to destroy the foodstuffs. Anaerobic digestion.
That sounds like exercising until you poop. Anaerobic? No, aerobic exercise. What's anaerobic?
Well, aerobic is like breathing and using air, right? And anaerobic is not, as I understand it. Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I feel like I should know this.
I feel like I should know it too, and I don't. Bacteria breaks down organic matter, such as animal manure and food waste, in the absence of oxygen. The bacteria breaks down the food. Boy, how long is that going to take? If most of the cargo was food, I'm surprised that anything lasts long enough if it travels by boat, food-wise. What food? I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about supply chain diagnostics or logistics. I don't know anything about that.
If it's refrigerated shipping containers, but I don't know if they have that stuff going on. I have no idea.
I mean, I ordered a case of yogurt that turned out to be on the Ever Given, this ship. I hope it's still good.
Is this why there's a chicken wing shortage?
Yes.
All the chickens were on this boat.
All the chickens were on that boat.
Every single chicken is now going to be destroyed by anaerobic digestion. They're going to sick all the bacteria on those damn chickens. Alan, it's a fancy way of saying composting. Oh, okay. Well, then they're going to have a giant yellow barrel, and they're going to put $775 million worth of food in it.
Depressing.
Think about that, right?
Oh, these past 2 years have been so depressing.
Well,
Dude,
they're going to get worse.
I know.
They're going to get worse.
Don't do that.
Yeah, they
come
are.
on. They are.
I talked about it.
It is all downhill from here.
Yes.
Our best days are behind us. So that's why it's important to take... they say, "Oh, live your life like it's your last," because that theory is getting more and more in.
Last life?
This is your last life.
In
So
focus.
live
Live every day like it's your last day. Our best days are behind us. We are an empire in severe decline, and so enjoy what you can. Right.
Right.
You find the things that that you enjoy that don't involve making other people miserable. That's what a lot of people enjoy. But that's not a legitimate way to enjoy your life.
Apparently, that's what I do every day on air.
What?
That's what we all do.
That's what we as a collective. I didn't want to throw you guys under the bus.
We all
We
have
don't make
our
people
people
miserable.
We make people. There's certain people that hate each and every one of us.
Yes, but they voluntarily consume what we do. So I have no sympathy for people who don't like any of us.
Anaerobically at that.
That's right. If you anaerobically digest this program, no one's forced to listen to this. So I have zero sympathy for anyone. I'm always happy to hear people's criticisms. But I reject that on principle.
Yeah.
That we would make anyone...
You ruined my day for 4 hours.
How could we possibly make any... Yes.
For their miserable
How
life.
could we possibly do that? That's right.
Yeah. They're miserable. It's just they lash out at us.
And that's fine. Yeah. Hopefully, we can help to make you less miserable. If what you require
or more
is to lash out at someone,
strangers,
whatever, I'll have people hit me up all the time, and if I just write them back a normal response, they'll be mother effer or whatever. I'll write them back, and I'm sure we've all gotten them. They'll be, I was just having a bad day.
My bad.
I'm like, that's where you go when you have a bad day. You automatically launch that. when you have a bad day, because everyone has bad days.
Drive your car off a bridge into the river. Like, whoa, guy.
Yeah.
It's just I woke up a little late and been rushed around.
God.
Stubbed my toe.
Right. My shoelace broke. Like, that's 7 years bad luck.
It's the same people telling Simone Biles to suck it up. Those are the people who scream at somebody when they're having a bad day.
Right.
What happened to suck it up? So I don't accept anyone
I meant for
telling
her
me
to suck it up. I don't have to suck it up. I get to lash out.
Let me go. Hey, Cameron, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, man?
How are you?
Oh, fine, man. Hey, Mary. Hey, Poundcake.
Here.
Hey, I was about to say, you just was talking about the ships, how they carry food here.
The ships, yeah.
And I did a college report on it, and it's MSG. They put it on the foods, and they used it back in the day when it was real poverty times, and they put it on spoiled foods, and it pretty much preserved even the spoiled foods. They would get it here by putting MSG on it. People still use it in their seasonings today. And it's named after the guy's name. I forget, it's like a long, like, German dude's name. But MSG is pretty much used just for spoiled foods, and people don't even know they're eating spoiled foods. Like, that's how strong it is.
Monosodium glutamate was named after a German guy?
Yes.
Huh.
Yes, I did a whole full report on it.
What did you get on that report?
I got it. I got a flying colors with it because it was a lot of causes for Alzheimer's. That's why I threw that. I had my grandma throw it out her cabinet because all my family was using it. But by the time I got done with that report, I had everybody in my family throw it out.
Well, yeah, I mean, these days the only places that still use MSG are like Chinese restaurants or whatever, and so they make it a point to say no MSG.
Right. Yeah, but
just Cameron.
People that don't know about it.
You know, Cameron, an F doesn't stand for flying colors on a report, you know?
No, I didn't get an F on it. No, I forget what I got on it.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious because you said monosodium glutamate was named after a German guy, and so that's sticking in my craw.
No, the guy's name, like, that's what the whole whatever that first thing is, that's the guy's name, his actual name.
So there was a guy named monosodium glutamate?
No, no, I don't know. It had whatever the heck is. I don't know if it's glutamate was his name, or it might have been glutamate. For real, like whatever the things that stand for it. It was some years back, so I really don't know which initial it was that was named for him.
Right.
But he's the one that came up with it to preserve spoiled foods that was getting brought here a long time ago, and they still put it on there. So that's what they still use to put on ships, like anything that they got to have a long period of transport.
Right.
Food.
Well, it naturally occurs in some foods, like it'll be in tomatoes, and it's so. But yeah, as a preservative,
they used to use salt. Yeah, they used to use salt. You know what I mean? Like salt was a real big trading thing back in the day, and it was for rotten food. It could still be rotten, but you just wouldn't be able to taste it, the rottenness of it.
Well, it's how they would cure meat. Salt was very valuable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, Salt was named after Frank Salt, who, okay, hey, he was...
is that a true story?
Yes, it was named after a guy named Sodium Chloride.
Pass the flying colors.
That's right. All right, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate the call.
Cameron was in Egypt's land. Let my Cameron go.
Yeah, I would love to know what Cameron got on that paper, since MSG was first prepared in 1908 by a Japanese biochemist. So I have a feeling maybe there was probably another part of that story, and maybe he confused a German chemist with the Japanese guy. German and Japanese names sound so similar. Here's what I think he's looking at. Glutamic acid or glutamic acid was discovered in 1866 by a German chemist
named
Karl Heinrich Ritthausen, which
not
doesn't sound like MSG. No, there was my name is I am Karl Heinrich Glutamate.
K, whatever.
Mm-hmm. He treated wheat gluten.
Gluten Tag.
Gluten Tag. He treated wheat. He treated wheat gluten with sulfuric acid. And then the Japanese chemist refined that. So that's what Cameron is talking about. So we're all learning a couple of different things here. But, yeah. Also, people are pointing out that a lot of produce is picked before it's ripe. And then it ripens in the transportation portion of the whole thing. However, they're way beyond that. I mean, these are really ripe.
Behind.
Yeah. Can you imagine what that boat smells like?
Oh, no.
So good.
You're standing on that boat, and there's just been tens of millions of dollars of produce ripening since April on a boat.
Dude.
Oh,
it's not like a refrigerator in there, though.
Well, I'm sure that there are partial refrigeration on the boat, but
I've still had produce turn from produce to mud, basically, in my fridge because I forget about it.
Right.
I've forgotten to take out the trash if I go away for the weekend, and if I have like any kind of anything in there. One time I forgot a like chicken breast packet. Not the actual chicken, but like where the raw chicken
juices,
sits.
yeah.
Oh, you come home, I'm like, I'm going to throw up. What did I do? I'm like thinking the cat died or something. I'm like, nope, just forgot to take the trash out. Nice. 82 degrees. And
there was a band in the 80s I liked, Michael Schenker, who was an original guitarist for the German band The Scorpions. The Michael Schenker group went by MSG. I thought that maybe that's what he was talking about. That maybe he had been listening to MSG while doing his paper on MSG, and he conflated the German guitarist Michael Schenker with this Japanese chemist. But, well, it's all sorted now.
Was their tagline, preserving rock and roll.
That's right. Other bands too sweet for you? This is a little salty. That's right. And then a guy named Robin McCauley joined as the singer, and it became the McCauley Schenker Group. But they got to keep the initials. It was already branded.
Yes.
Right? I think a little less salty then. I don't know. They were preserving the integrity of their band.
Sweet and savory.
That's right. Alan, he's getting him confused with famed Swedish food scientist high fructose corn.
No, yes, I had it. It was so close. That would have been so good.
That was my Swedish lilt coming out. And hey, fructose corn syrup. Right. I work with a kid that came in with hot nuts today made by Takis. Boy, when did Takis blow up, by the way? They're everywhere now.
Yeah.
Like, you used to just see these in Canada or overseas. Somebody, boy, they're blowing these all up because I'm sure we're all getting nonstop photos now of hot nuts because Takis makes them.
I think they marketed it to kids, like on Nickelodeon or something, and that's what brought them over here.
Well, plus they showed up more in vending machines. So I don't know if those are in high schools or we didn't have vending machines in high schools, but I assume schools do. Schools have vending machines,
We
right?
didn't have a vending machine. We had a snack shack that was open during lunch periods. That was like the
we
concession.
had that too, like
it was
in the corner
concession
of the
stand.
cafeteria or whatever.
Well, ours was the concession stand for sporting events. So when there would be basketball games, it was a concession stand. You can go there during any lunch period and get like whatever, a snack. So they had like little bags of chips and stuff like that. But from what I remember, I don't think we had. There was pop vending machines, and the one in the boys' locker room was only like 50 cents, and all the other ones were like 65 cents. So if you had time to sneak down into the boys' locker room, you could save some coin.
Ironic, since women are paid less, but charged more.
Dude, isn't it ridiculous?
Oh my God, these people
Can never win.
Can't.
Hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts. Hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. 1 for 5, 2 for 10. If you buy 'em once, you buy 'em again. Selling nuts. Hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. Selling nuts. Hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts. Hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. You tell me your nuts is mighty fine, but I bet your nuts ain't as hard as mine. Selling nuts. Oh, hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. Selling nuts. Hot nuts.
I just like her commitment. I bet she was salesperson of the month every month for them nuts. She was a middle person for the peanut man.
How do you have like hotter nuts than someone else?
That's a great question, and one that I imagine could only be answered by that woman. You buy rum once, you'll buy them again.
I just
buy rum once.
I just don't know how that's a selling point. It's just like you have like room temperature nuts. Like, see, our nuts are hotter than yours.
Alan Takis are mostly sold in the east side of Cleveland. That is patently false. They are everywhere now. So I don't know if I assume they're in something in pop culture now that I'm unaware of because
Bill said Nickelodeon.
Well,
That's right.
I don't know if he was speculating.
Yeah, I'm just guessing.
It was on that show Superstore that we watched that nobody else watched, but they were always eating Takis on this. I'm like, when did Takis become
I don't even know what it is. Is it a certain type of chip?
Yeah,
like,
it's like
made
they have
from
hot
something
ones.
else?
Yeah. It's
Like
that's
corn
probably
chip?
something to do with it too.
What's that?
The hot ones.
That they're all their flavors are spicy or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, there's just like a whole like hot culture now, like where like
a hot culture,
like where people want spicy food.
You know why that is that people's taste buds have been so destroyed by processed foods that the only thing people can taste now are hot things, spicy things. It's the only thing that cuts through.
And with COVID, it's only getting worse.
It's only getting worse. Rolled corn
like-
tortilla chips. Yeah, they look like...
I thought they were different looking. Yeah. So it's a Dorito rolled up.
Kind of. Yeah, but they have them like blue heat. And well, we've all seen the end caps now.
Yeah,
Out of nowhere,
yeah.
they just blew up. One of them, I think, is called Hot Nuts.
This thing's going to be like gasoline flavored soon. Just
Yeah, that's right.
So you can taste it.
You guys have diesel? Comes in the pink bag. I got to take a break. You want to get a text in 35192. To do that, we'll catch up with Nikki Glazer. She's hosting a show called F-Boy Island. And we'll talk to her around 3 o'clock. And those Coheed and Cambria tickets for you a little bit later on, too. They're going to do that show with the Used later on this year. 35192 to text. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. talk to Nikki Glazer here in a minute. She's the host of F-Boy Island. I think it's on Netflix. I think my wife's watching it.
HBO Max.
HBO Max!
I've been watching it.
Yeah. Is there some anaerobic digestion going on in our office? I walked by, it smelled like old sour cream or something.
Oh, that was probably a bag of chips I was eating.
Chips,
Well, what kind of chips?
Cheddar.
Old sour cream.
Wow, that's really pungent.
It smells so good. It makes my mouth water.
Oh, Christ, really? I walked by, it smelled like somebody spilled an old thing of sour cream or something in there.
I've got 2 egg salad sandwiches I'm eating in the next break, so we're going to have a real nice office party.
It's a farty party down the hall here. Right. Imagine we move to the new place, there's no offices anymore.
Where are we going to eat?
You ain't eating in the studio.
Don't tell me.
You are not
going to make the food
You
rules.
are not going to. I get to make the studio rules. You ain't going to funk up my studio.
We're going to have a pantry. It's our studio. It's shared.
There's going to, please. There's going to be
I'll rub my egg salad on the windows and lick it off if I want to.
From the outside, you can do whatever you want. There's going to be no shortage of homeless people doing just that, I'm sure. So
there will be a pantry area. Eventually,
yeah. Bill did when I was out on Tuesday, he did the walkthrough. Right?
Some things.
The pantry area. There's going to be like a kitchenette.
Yeah,
a kitchen.
Hopefully,
not even a pantry area.
Yeah, a pantry area.
Really, not a kitchen.
Like a closet. I have no idea.
But you'll have your desks. You know.
No, but are they going to have a kitchen? Like whether they're going to have like a refrigerator and a sink, and I mean like
that's what the pantry area is going to be.
They're calling it a pantry area.
I would say that a pantry area means no appliances.
We will see.
You know what I mean?
They weren't given a lot of specifics.
If it had appliances, they would call it a kitchen. Maybe a mini fridge?
But I wonder why they weren't giving specifics, because they've got schematics. They know it's not built yet, but they know what is going to go where. So they know how it's all going to lay out. I don't know why they're being so coy about it.
They knew what was going to go where.
Huh?
They knew what was going to go where, and then things happen. And then they got to change things around a little bit.
What things happened?
The things with the building. Probably stuff they don't want me talking about on the air.
No, but what I'm saying is our new location is going to be one ground floor. Mm-hmm. And within that, they know they lay it out. There's a schematic. They know the blueprints. They know what's going to go where.
Right, but then things got changed around because certain things didn't go the way they had hoped, and now they have to make other accommodations.
So something something got jammed up that would prevent them from having a kitchen.
It's really just like a little thing we were going to annex a part of the building and they decided not to give us that, and they're going to build something else, which is fine, but it's just going to take longer.
We might be in these studios by opening day. I'm putting my money on that.
March 31st.
March or April is what I'm going to say.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Yeah. Well, that would be a great time to be down there.
Yeah.
You know? Opening day, opening studio day.
Dude,
sure.
it.
Double it up.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about doing a live broadcast from anywhere because we are the live broadcast.
I'd still want to be doing it somewhere where there's a bunch of people.
Just walk across the street.
Like around the corner or something. House of Blues, or you know what I mean? Yeah.
Sure.
Somewhere fun.
Yeah.
Alan, the 12th of this month will be 8 months since I found out I had COVID, and I still can't taste or smell.
Ooh, got that long haul.
It's weird to eat hot stuff and not taste it, but have your mouth tingle and sweat.
Oh, that is weird.
But not taste it.
That's so weird.
And then have it come out later and feel that, where you're like, damn it, I knew it was too much hot sauce.
Dear COVID, I lost my sense of taste and smell. Could I also lose my beehole sensitivity
Right.
too, please? Thank you, because I like really spicy stuff.
Talking about butts. Hot butts.
Hot butts. Hey, speaking of which, thank you to the people who sent me the story of the... this is southeast Pennsylvania. This is Lancaster County. You're about as far from Baltimore as you are from Philly. And a huge fire destroyed the Weaver Nut Company in Lancaster County. So people were sending me this story going, you know what this means, A massive fire in a town called Ephrata, Pennsylvania, destroyed the Weaver Nut Company. Crews were called around 6:30 last night. The fire sent thick black smoke into the air. I bet it smelled great, though. Like if a nut company was on fire, I bet it smelled dynamite. You know, you got that thick
hot nuts.
He doesn't listen to.
He started to.
He doesn't listen.
He got
to the
excited
show
because he was listening.
What happened?
He started listening, and he's like, "I got to throw in my."
But
hot
what
nuts.
happened? He doesn't listen. Did you hear, Bill?
Yes, I heard him say it. Hot nuts. But I wanted to sing my rendition.
His was different. You didn't hear the difference?
Okay, so you heard it. You just want to throw your own in.
Yeah.
Okay. So they right.
But the timing wasn't important at all. You just had
The time
to get
is not
it in.
important. His brain, his mouth works faster than his brain. So if something goes into his brain, it comes out his mouth.
That was so
You
late.
know? I mean, you know how he likes to sing. He needs to be heard at all times. Oh, man. You are talented.
I'm going to request that tomorrow at Twilight at the Zoo.
Don't let anybody tell you differently. Twilight at the Zoo?
Yeah.
Is that where everybody dresses up like sullen vampires?
That's right. And
Man,
some dress up like teenagers that fall in love with 100-year-old vampires.
Hey. And then a kid who's a werewolf. Mm-hmm. I never saw those movies, but I think that pretty much
You're never going to believe
encompasses the...
They're incredible.
Huh? The Twilight movies?
Oh, they're so good.
Are you doing a bit?
Yes.
I liked them.
I don't know. I'm sure there are grown people who like them. There are grown people who love the Harry Potter books, so I'm sure there are grown, lonely people who love those Twilight movies, too.
My kids all love them, and so I watched them all like when they were younger, and they like them. They really identify with it, but it's not fun for me. It's just too mopey.
Why would it be?
Yeah, it's not for us.
Right, exactly.
That's why I'm always...
But that's why I don't crap on it either. Like, I don't think it's bad.
Right.
It's just not for me.
Right.
So it's not that big of a deal. But you should watch them all.
In succession.
They're all on Netflix right now.
I can't get a vibe on Kristen Stewart. I can't figure out if she's a good actress or not.
She's pretending to be straight out all these years.
Well, I don't think about that, but I mean, she was the kid in Panic Room, for people who go that far back, and she blew up from those Twilight movies. I saw her in a movie called Underwater. Do you see that?
No.
It's kind of an underwater monster movie. It's fun enough, but I've seen her in a bunch of things, and I can't tell if she's good or not, because like you get the vibe that she is. But I don't know if you just get that vibe because she's so kind of monochromatic. She's just kind of sullen and kind of,
I have a question.
I can't tell if she's any good.
I think it just depends. For a lot of actors, just putting them in the role where they can be like it's the right role for them. Where, someone like when we were talking about The Sopranos and James Gandolfini, people were like, oh, he always plays the same character. I'm like, well, that's the character that he's good at playing. So he can get a lot out of playing that character versus like he's not going to maybe have the most range, but when you need him to do a certain thing, he does it really well. And I think that is good acting.
Yeah, I guess so. I've seen Gandolfini in a whole bunch of things, and I feel like he was a little different guy every time.
A little different.
The things
Not
I've seen
super
her
different.
in, I'm like, I don't dislike her. I think she's real cute, and and I guess she's okay in the things I've seen her in. I just can't tell if, I don't know.
Real quick on Twilight, though. If you flip it around, and it's a...
Like Twilight.
Well, because the thing that always bothered me about it was he's a 100-year-old man still going to high school. And I just thought that was the weirdest aspect of the movie.
He's in a teenager's body.
He has to blend in.
Yeah,
he was in a teenager's body that looked big and like enough that he could just be like, oh, I'm just young looking. Like Matitude looks like he's 17 still. But he's not.
Maybe he's a
But he's
vampire.
also not 100. Like, what if you're a vampire, you're trapped. That's how it'd suck to be a kid vampire. Like, Kirsten Dunst in Interview with a Vampire. You're 10 forever.
Yeah.
That would suck.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like, there's a sweet spot if you're going to get bitten.
But if you're 17...
You want to be bitten when you're 70. You want to be bitten when you're like 24.
Yeah.
Right?
I was going to say 26 was the number in my head.
Dealer's choice.
Yeah.
Probably nothing north of 35.
Whenever my hairline started receding, like that's where right before I want to get bit.
Receiving?
Yeah.
Your hairline what?
I said if my hairline started to recede, like whatever age my hairline started to recede, I want like a year before that.
Yeah.
So I don't have to go through life for eternity.
Yeah, but you don't know.
Hairline.
But I mean, you don't know when your hair starts to recede.
I feel like if you pay attention, you notice.
Back there.
You notice it when you go, what's going on? It's probably Nikki Glazer. I'll tell you what, she doesn't have a receding hairline.
Luscious locks on her.
Oh, man. Right? That's the perfect preamble,
Intro,
too.
yeah.
Perfect preamble to this thing. Hey, Nikki. Are you, we're on the air. Are you, if you were going to be bitten by a vampire, what would be, because my contention is there's a sweet spot in there. You don't want to be too young. You don't want to be too old. What is the sweet spot to become a vampire?
Like, if you're going to stay that age forever?
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to go 37. That's what I am right now.
37?
What you are now? Yeah, I'm like peaking right now. It doesn't get better than this. Like, I'm hotter than I was in my 20s. I know myself more. I kind of like myself. I don't know if I'd like myself if I was a vampire, but, I can accept myself for whatever kind of new cravings. I literally, I could start wanting to suck people's blood. Like, that's a kink, and my kinks know no bounds.
Right.
And I'm a little bit worried, to be honest with you. I have to, like, pull back with the things that turn me on and that I desire. Because they're so weird. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Boy, it answers my question in ways that I had never considered. And so you've given me a lot to think about, and I appreciate that.
You've given me something to talk about with my therapist in 30 minutes.
Right, 30 minutes. Yeah, we're up against it. She's like, I was talking to this guy about being a vampire, and the therapist is just writing furiously on a legal pad.
This way, I said, this is perfect. I will. I actually made therapy, so it was right after I talked to you because I've talked to you before.
Yeah.
And I just know I need a support team for me as soon as I get off the phone.
Yeah, well, I like to instill that in people. When people get off the phone with me.
You guys took me seriously.
Well, I feel like I've done that to you before, so I'm sorry.
Yeah. So my wife is watching this show the other night. She's watching F-Boy Island, and she goes, Nikki Glazer hosts this, and I don't think that I knew that you did. And so then I got sucked into it. And everything I see about F-Boy Island is people are they're either one way or the other on the show, but everyone is universal in enjoying you on it.
Isn't that nice?
It is.
Yes. That has been the silver lining of all of this is that I recently got a review, and it's the most, as someone who's a huge fan of reality and not ashamed to admit it, think it's actually more intellectual entertainment than shows that people pride themselves on watching. I love reality TV, and someone told me, some writer for some something that I was intimidated by this journalist, and she was like, I write a lot about reality TV, and she goes, I'll say to you, you're never annoying. And I was like, oh my God, that is the best thing you could ever hear, because it's so easy to be annoying as a host on these shows. And honestly, it's because HBO pulled back on me. I was annoying. I promise you I was.
They gave you lots of notes?
No, honestly, they didn't give me any notes. It was almost negligent, I think, on their part to let me do what I wanted to do so much. I think that people grew tiresome of my antics on set, and because they had to cut around so much. There's a guy on the show, Garrett. If you haven't seen F-Boy Island, by the way, don't think you're too cool for it. That's really, I don't like these people who don't watch reality. Even you said you got sucked into it. Now, I know you were saying that to be nice, but there's a little bit of this show, I'm sucked in. Listen, this is legitimately entertaining and so fun, and a really fun thing to watch with your spouse and make fun of people and comment and laugh. I mean, it's really a funny show, and it's actually real people just in an insane situation that brings out the worst and the best in people, and it's so fun. And I'm there along the way to say ridiculous things that you're like, oh, I've never heard a host say something like that. Even I'm watching the show against my own will because I have a hard time watching things that I do. And even I'm making myself laugh. I'm like, I can't believe HBO let me tell the girls. There's one moment where I'm visiting them and giving them advice and really heartfelt. And then I'm on my way out, I go, all right, girls, bye. Thanks for, this is a really fun thing. Or I said something like, bye, girls. And they just didn't say bye because they were they just didn't say it because they forgot or they were nervous or whatever. And I literally go, it's really rude that you said you didn't say bye. I'm not going to forget it. Like,
Yeah.
Like, why did they keep that? That was such a weird thing. I did that.
But that's great.
That's great. Yeah.
The things they kept of me were truly moments that I was just trying to make the crew laugh or like make everyone a little bit more comfortable and not take it so seriously because, when you get on these shows, that's the thing. You really get sucked into it because it is, you care a lot about the relationships that develop, even though I, as the host and a person that watches reality TV, I was kind of like, there were moments where I was like rolling my eyes about a couple on the show, like where I go, are we really going to pretend like these two are meant to be? And like, ew, I don't like him. I don't like him for her. She's not her best self with him. All these preconceived notions about it that I'm thinking behind the scenes. And I'm also like, I don't even buy it. Like I was kind of like not sold because I hadn't witnessed it. Then we go to eliminations. That same guy that I said that about earlier in the afternoon, as someone who thought I had all the information, I go to the eliminations that night, and them talking to each other at eliminations sent chills through my body that I'm still recovering from. Like, I had goosebumps on my face, and it was real. And that was the day I realized that reality TV is real, and these emotions these people are feeling are real, because you can't be someone who's standing next to two people falling in love and get a rush of energy through your body as a host. Like, that doesn't happen unless it's a real feeling. So real love happens and real shock happens. I get really, taken for a loop a couple times. I go hard at a guy who lies.
Oh, I saw that.
Well, I was curious if there was as the host, I was curious if there was any kind of non-fraternization policy that you had to be down with for that show, or if you were, when all is said and done, hoping to get some runoff from this thing, because these are all hot dudes.
No, I'm not. I'm a straight woman for now, and I'm still on the fence. I'm a straight-leaning woman, and I'm not blind. I don't have any vision issues, so it would be insane for me to say that I didn't think that these men were attractive. But
yeah.
I honestly put up a wall there because that wasn't. Also, I don't really go after guys that are for other girls unless, I've done it before in my past, but it's like not something I'm proud of. But like it wasn't a place for me to like flirt. Like, I didn't even feel compelled to do it. I mean, my job was very clear. And then I was able to actually indulge in some of those, like, flirtatious, maybe places I'd normally go with hot guys, when I was able to talk to them when they have then been exiled to limbo, which is where they get sent after the girls decide they don't want them. Then I would come into those situations with more of a character I was playing. Like, at one point in the 3 episodes that dropped tonight, there's 6 available now. I'm actually live tweeting the first episode. If you don't have HBO Max, you can watch the first episode for free tonight at 8 p.m. Tonight on Twitter. I will tweet out a link that you can watch it for free, and you can watch me live tweet it and like kind of talk you through what was happening behind the scenes. And I'll be tweeting from at FBoy Island on Twitter. So that will be really fun. I'm actually really excited to watch it. But there were, when I go into limbo, which is the place that when a guy gets kicked off the show, they don't leave the island. They go get punished for being F-boys. And then the nice guys, if they get kicked off, they get rewarded for being nice guys. And so it kind of offshoots into these 2 places where I got to actually play a character and come in as their sex therapist and talk to them. And that episode just dropped today. And it's one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life, is talk to hot guys about their feelings and get them to admit that they've hurt women because they're hurt. I mean, it was so awesome.
Is this something,
I got to be flirty.
Would you want to do another show like this, or is this kind of one and done? You just want to do it?
Oh my God. I would honestly stop it. If someone was like, you have to give up F-Boy Island and this kind of genre of making entertainment or stand-up, I love stand-up, but I would give up stand-up in a second for this. This is my number one like interest in life and entertainment. Like, it took me a really long time to find it. Like, I feel the same way about this show that I feel about like finding a love interest. Like, I actually am one of these girls that is attracted to F-boys, and I didn't really think that it's that black and white. Oh, there can't be just nice guys and F-boys, but it's true. It is true. Like, there's either a guy that's misleading women or there's liars and there's not liars, you know? And some of the F-boys are actually honest about being F-boys, so that doesn't bother me. But if you lie, you're an F-boy, and that's what it comes down to. And I'm usually drawn to F-boys, and I always, in my career, have felt like I could always have everything I want in my career. I've achieved everything I've wanted to achieve. I feel like I'll do SNL by February of next year. That's like my last goal, and I just have that set in mind. For some reason, I think by February I'll do SNL. But I've always felt frustrated because I'm like, God, I have all this success in my career beyond my wildest dreams, but like I can't get a guy to like want to be my boyfriend. Like, what's going on? And the thing is, like, I've had successes, I realized, in my career, but I hadn't found the one. Like, I've been trying things that I'm good at and that I enjoy, but it's just all been like, it's casual, and I get good at these casual things. But like, reality TV is the one for me. Like, F-Boy Island was made for me, and I was made for it. And like, it's all I want to do is make funny reality TV, because I like comedy and I like reality, and that's why I'm actually digging in really hard to the genre, and you will hear about that soon.
Well, you're very good at it. About a month ago, I read an article, and it said Nikki Glazer would rather be effable than funny. And I was I think that's, I got the sense immediately then. I was like, I appreciate the fact that you're leaning into whatever that is. You know, you're kind of like...
That was taken out of context, because what I said, so it said, I would rather be effable than funny. But what I said was, I would rather be effable than funny. Will you please not print that thing that I just said? That's the full statement I made.
It became the headline.
It became a headline, and I was just like, rolled my eyes, because it's actually the premise of the material I'm working on right now, which is, I'm tired of a culture that tells women to love their bodies and looks don't matter, and it's what's inside that counts. And if you don't believe that, then you're not a good feminist. And when the truth is, we all deep down inside feel like our looks really do matter, because guess what? They do. And it doesn't mean that you have to give in to them. But gaslighting us into thinking that looks don't matter and being effable doesn't matter, when men make most of the decisions and have most of the money. And if they want to have sex with something, they tend to be dumb with the money and the power, and they give up some of it. So, like, why wouldn't I want to appeal to that? So I was calling out the hypocrisy of people that say, you know, it's what's on the inside that counts, but also try this juice cleanse. And I'm not going to pretend like being effable is not valuable. And my other point is that I'm looking for a husband, and I'm looking for a man more so that wants to F me than thinks I'm funny. Like, I'm very secure in my funniness. I'm very secure in my effableness. And that's something that, and the thing is, I am, because I have people DMing me all the time saying what they would do to me. And like, I get it. I used to not be secure in that. So my point is, like, in a romantic relationship, I don't usually go for guys that are big fans of my stand-up. Like, it's a very masculine energy thing to be like on stage talking about my vagina and like screaming about men. And in my relationships, I don't want a guy to be like turned on by that. I want to be more like sexual and like, I'm sexy and vulnerable. But when you're on stage as a comedian, you really get told, you know, pick a lane. You can't be both sexy and funny.
Yeah.
And the truth is, you kind of can't, because guys don't laugh when they have boners, and girls don't laugh when they are threatened. And
I laugh with a boner all the time.
But no, you don't. You don't as much.
Not as hard.
Now she's telling me.
You it's like laughing when you're working out. You know, like, I can't do it because I'm like, I need to be like, my muscles need to be focused on working out. So when I listen to a podcast that makes me laugh, I like almost fall off the treadmill because I'm like, bleh, I turn into jelly. And so when you're laughing, you're not like, it's mostly when guys get horny, they're just too stupid to like understand humor. And like, they might laugh at farts, but they they take it very serious. Like, I always make all my jokes about sex because I'm thinking of funny things the whole time during sex, generally, unless I'm just like really in it. But I've learned the hard way that you don't make jokes. Guys don't, not that they get mad, but they just can't process jokes as well as when they don't have any more semen in them.
Yes, it's not a good arena.
Now, get rid of the semen, they can laugh about anything.
Yeah, farts during sex are the funniest of all situations.
Oh my God! I always just blame it on the other hole. You know.
Yeah, of course.
For whatever reason, that air isn't disgusting, but the other air is just, I could never.
Yeah, oh, no way. Nikki Glazer is hosting F-Boy Island, which is very entertaining. It's over on HBO Max, and she's going to be live tweeting the first episode of it tonight. If you go to Nikki Glazer on Twitter, you'll find her there. Next time you are in town in person, make sure you come in and say hello, okay?
I love you guys. You're so much fun. Thanks
all right, Nikki, take care.
Lather on.
Absolutely.
Bye.
All right, bye. There's Nikki Glazer, F-Boy Island. Bill's watching it.
Yeah.
Now I'm watching it. And Nikki is, listen, she's very cute. She would want to be a 37-year-old vampire. But that's because she doesn't look 37 either. Again, I don't know what 37 looks like, but, you know, she looks pretty good. So I got to take a break. I'm having those Coheed and Cambria tickets for you. They are doing a co-headlining tour with The Used. That'll get them to Jacobs Pavilion on the 12th of next month. So if you want to go to that show, I'll have a pair for you after the break. see Coheed and Cambria. They are on a co-headlining tour with The Used. It's going to bring them through Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica on Sunday, September the 12th. Special guest Meet Me at the Altar. A co-headlining summer tour is part of the Minuteman Concert Series. Any other info you need, you go to livenation.com for that. Caller 10, you got 2 for Coheed and The Used. Next month, just a few weeks away. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Forgot he's getting a winner. I would have loved to have asked Cody who this is. He would have guessed Pearl Jam or something.
You could ask any of us who this is.
What's
I
that?
have no idea.
You don't know who this is?
Michael Stanley.
Who?
Michael Stanley.
Who? The voice doesn't sound familiar to anyone?
No.
This is a band called The Rolling Stones.
Really?
It doesn't sound like them at all, though.
It sounds exactly like them. Mick Jagger?
I can't. I mean, maybe now that I hear it, like you told me, but now I would have never guessed that.
Who would you have guessed?
I don't know. It sounds very like 80s new wave.
Well, it's definitely mid-90s. Yeah, it's not classic Stones. I love this song. I don't know why I like this out of the more recent Stones catalog, but I do love this song. Anyway, we gave away tickets for the Rolling Stones Cleveland show last year, and Cleveland is one of the dates they didn't reschedule, which sucks. So they were supposed to play First Energy Stadium. They also announced that Charlie Watts, who is their drummer, who has never missed a gig since 1963, is not going to be on this rescheduled tour because he had, listen, they're all 100 years old. He had like hip surgery or something. He's 80. And
this doesn't sound like Mick Jagger to me.
Maybe the production is throwing you off.
Like, not the distinctive stuff that I know, like the hits that I know.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds a lot different.
Rolling Stones said that they were not able to reschedule their Cleveland show. They were also unable to reschedule Vancouver, Louisville, and Buffalo. So we're one of the 4 cities that got screwed. If you're a Stones fan, if you had tickets for those shows, they're just going to refund you. So you're like, and we gave away tickets. It was like a big deal. We were like, hey, Rolling Stones are doing that No Filter tour. And then obviously everything got canceled. But they're going back out. They rescheduled a whole bunch of... you will have to go to Pittsburgh or Detroit if those shows are not sold out. But Charlie Watts, who has been their drummer forever, since 1963, is going to miss his first shows because he's recuperating. An amazing drummer named Steve Jordan will take his place. The tour is going to start up next month in St. Louis. They will not be coming to Cleveland. So if you were sitting on those Stones tickets, because I don't think Ticketmaster has hit those people up yet. I think they just announced that they were going to be getting in touch with those ticket holders and giving them the good news.
And there's nothing that Ticketmaster loves more than giving people back their money.
That's right. Do I get back my convenience fee? No. We keep that because it's very convenient.
It's convenient for us to keep that
very
money.
Convenient.
Who else does Steve Jordan drum for?
Well, he's mostly a session guy, I think Steve Jordan was. He drummed for a lot of different people. Why? You're thinking of somebody in particular? A country guy? Steve Jordan, I'm not going to know.
John Mayer Trio.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I didn't know that.
Steve Jordan,
he's
Pino
fantastic.
Palladino.
Oh, the bass player. He's another guy that's like a legend in... Pino Palladino's played for some weird bands, though.
Dude, that John Mayer Trio is so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Steve Jordan.
Well, I'll tell you what, Poundcake, you would have felt much better because I just had 2 other Poundcakes in here when I was playing the Rolling Stones.
It wasn't Michael Stanley.
I remember Steve Jordan, he drummed for the David Letterman band 100 years ago, and he was also in one of the first Saturday Night Live bands. But he's mostly a session guy, but he's fantastic.
That means you go in and
You're a gun for hire. You like a session guy?
Yes.
Yep. You book sessions, a band books you to play on their album or do songs or something, and you're like, so you're not necessarily in a band. You can be if you
just
want.
play for people.
You play for people. So you have this discography that's just 100 miles long.
My boyfriend and I were talking about like dream jobs and things like that, and he's a drummer, and he said that was his dream job, was to be a session drummer. Is that very hard to do? Like, are there not a lot of people that do that? Or
well, it's extraordinarily
super
competitive.
good?
It's very competitive. Steve Jordan, I think he played in Keith Richards' solo band, so he's got some cred with the Stones. But he's played with Clapton, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, B.B. King, Stevie Nicks, Don Henley, John Mayer, Billy Joel, Mellencamp, Rod Stewart. He's just one of these guys. They're like, you take them out on tour or you recorded them in the studio. It's probably a great way to make a living.
So is it like
because like if you're living in L.A. or something, you just go to the studio and read the charts, play the songs, get paid.
So they're like, okay, we'll give you X amount of money to play the drums on these 4 tracks on our album.
Yeah,
and
or the whole album.
That is pretty neat. I understand why that would be a dream job.
like as much as I love Steely Dan, they were never a band. It was the 2 guys, and then they hired a bunch of session guys. That's why Steely Dan albums were famously took forever to make. This was way back when record labels would give you huge budgets and tons of time, right? Now they're like, where's the album? But Steely Dan were 2 guys, and they just hired session musicians. They'd have a dozen guys play the same parts and then pick out the ones they liked. Or they'd have this guy do this first solo, this guy do the second solo.
Oh, wow.
The drummer playing these, so it's like, because they knew what they wanted it to sound like. So if you got a gig doing a Steely Dan session back in the day, that was like a big deal. For musicians, it was a huge deal if you were on a Steely Dan record.
Is that why they start all their concerts by going, "Hi, I'm Dan, and I'm Steely, and we're Steely Dan"? Is that...
Well, one of Steely is dead now, Bill, so no.
I said that's how they used to.
I'm Steely, and I'm Dan, and together we are Dan Steely. Stupid. Mom, the other way around.
It's on the shirt. You're wearing the shirt.
You can play all these complicated songs and you can't get this part right? Come on.
I look down at my shirt and it says Dan Steely.
It's upside down.
Oh, God bless America. So, yeah, listen, if you were the recipient of the Rolling Stones tickets that I gave away, my sincerest condolences. You'll have to hoof it to Detroit or Pittsburgh.
You mean this wasn't directly your fault, Alan? You didn't decide to cancel the Rolling Stone show here?
I take things on myself. Well,
Should they call and ask what they can get instead?
Dude, I'll give you...
Hey, what can I get instead?
This cancel I won, so I feel like I should get a different price.
Well, Mike from Parma said he got his refund, and they give you a link for either Pittsburgh or Detroit, and he bought tickets for the Pittsburgh show last week.
Oh, nice.
So he's going to Pittsburgh. I had just assumed that those shows were all sold out.
If you got tickets and you want a consolation prize, hit me up on Instagram, and you can pick any of my $5 DVDs that you would like.
There's My Cousin Vinny. There's, what are the other ones that I've got on my desk?
You've got Bad Teacher, My Cousin Vinny, and Tower Heist.
Tower Heist. God, if only Eddie Murphy and Ben Stiller were in the same movie with Matthew Broderick. I didn't hate Tower Heist, I gotta say. Everybody crapped all over it, but I watched it and I was like, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest thing I've ever seen, but it was entertaining enough.
I have about 40 movies still in the wrapping that you can have, whoever, if you want them.
Yeah. Still in the wrapping.
It's probably just as good as a Rolling Stones concert, to be honest with you.
There's a great documentary. I've told a story about Billy Joel's drummer, longtime drummer, who had been unceremoniously sacked. There's a great documentary called Hired Gun about session guys who just, you get a gig for a little while and maybe the band takes you out on tour, so you've got like a regular gig, but otherwise you're not part of the band, so you're not, nobody really knows who you are.
Right.
But if you're lucky, you're working all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like for someone who doesn't really care about being famous, like they're like, I just want to play music. Mm-hmm. And then that's what they do.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a lot of anxiety.
Within the musical community, you'll get famous.
Yeah.
Like Steve Jordan.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure you're actually, on the Steve Jordan side of things, because there's probably plenty of them that, like, they maybe were a session musician once or twice, but they never got, like, consistent work.
Oh, tons. I think it's like any other line of work. There's a few superstars, and then everybody else is just kind of like, scrounging around. Mm-hmm. So Charlie Watts is not going to be on that tour. Boy, you know what? If you are a TikTok star and you're filming everything, eventually you're going to end up with an impromptu snuff film, which is what happened to...
What's a snuff film?
Oh, when somebody is killed on tape.
Oh.
Again, every time they refer to a TikTok star, I always think of it in the same vein as porn star. There are very few porn stars. There are a lot of porn actresses. So I don't know, because I'm not on TikTok, I don't know how big these people are. I don't know if it's just a kid on TikTok or if it's a legit star.
These guys have like millions and millions of Instagram
but they don't all have them. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying if it's a star, then it's like
Well, do you
someone
know who Timbo the Redneck Hall is or was?
No.
That's what I'm saying. That for all I know, the guy could have 36 followers. Timothy Hall, who was known as Timbo the Redneck on TikTok, died in a freak accident. His brother-in-law was filming a video. He was performing donuts in the front yard of his friend's house when the truck flipped over and he fell out the driver's side window and the truck landed on top of him and killed him. He had over 200,000 followers on TikTok, which, it sounds crazy to say, that doesn't sound like a ton of followers on TikTok.
It really isn't.
It's a lot, but it's not like our friend Jason Banks, who just called the show when he was in town back in May, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got
millions.
He's got like 6 or 8 million now.
There you go.
And he just keeps getting more and more. So like I think this is more about the story than like the amount of fame that this guy had, because it's just upsetting.
Yeah, so he fell out of the window of his truck. And again, when you film everything, you're eventually going to end up with somebody dying on camera. And that's what happened. There's a GoFundMe account set up by the family to cover the funeral expenses. So if you were a fan of Timbo the Redneck on TikTok, R.I.P. Timbo. He's, I thought when I saw that he died that maybe he did that frozen honey challenge and he got
diarrhea.
Diarrhea. I thought maybe he died of diarrhea dehydration. Alan, trivia. What comic actor was once the drummer for Steely Dan? That would be the great Chevy Chase. That was when they were in college. He was never part of the band. 2 brothers, by the way, speaking of people getting killed, 2 brothers who's... so a guy was killed by a train. Again, I've said this before, and at the risk of repeating myself, I don't know how people are killed by trains. I don't understand it. These are not high-speed trains. It's not Europe where somebody was drunkenly stumbling over a track and the TGV came through. These are people who get hit by trains that are not going fast. There was a kid who was hit and killed by, this in Charlotte. So one of our Charlotte bureau chiefs sent it to me. There was a kid who had gotten hit and killed Tuesday morning on the train tracks there in Charlotte, and his 2 brothers were holding an impromptu memorial for their brother when the 2 of them got hit and killed at the same spot on the track.
Dude, that's fate. That's fate.
That's Darwinism. I mean, the 2 men have been conducting a memorial for their 3rd brother who had just died in the exact same location when he drove around the crossing arms that were down and into the path of the train. I guess that kid thought he was going to beat the train. And the 2 brothers went out there and got killed in the exact same way.
Did they go around the crossing arms too?
I don't know.
Trains aren't quiet. It's not like it's a hybrid. It's not like it's a Tesla where it's sneaking up on you. Like, ooh, that's and even hear that coming.
Well,
it's a train.
Local law enforcement said people always ask, how do you get hit by a train? They're so loud. You can't always depend on hearing a train. They're much quieter until they get right up to you. But boy, I'll tell you what. There's a train track that runs right along the north side of this entire area, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can hear it from miles away.
I can hear it from my house.
Right.
Like on the 9th floor, if there's a train going by and I have my windows open, I hear the train go by.
Yes. I mean, there's a train track that basically separates Bay Village from Westlake, and we're miles from that. And I can not only feel the rumble, like kind of hear the rumble in the distance, but you hear the horn. I always think of these people that live in these big houses right along the train track. I'm like, did you get a deal on that house? Or because I dated a girl back in the day whose apartment was right next to the L tracks. Like the train tracks would go right outside. If a train was stopped there, you could lift your window up and touch the train.
Yeah.
And it was bananas.
And that's also a commuter train that's going by a lot.
Yeah, right. But even
times
these freight trains, I always hear the horn when I'm home on the weekend or whatever.
I grew up near train tracks and the airport. And honestly, though, you kind of tune it out. Like my boyfriend moved in near the airport as well, and I didn't even notice the planes and stuff. And he's like, yeah, it's kind of loud here being so close to the airport. I'm like, I didn't even notice it was here.
No,
just from
bro.
years
and
years and years of living there.
If you grow up in a flight path or something, I could absolutely see you'd screen it out.
Yeah. It's like,
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
That guy was hit by that train. He didn't hear it coming, even though he was extolling the virtues of its horn. The guy says that the system they have in Charlotte takes 600 feet, so it's 2 football fields for a train to come to a stop. So by the time the train sees you, it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's incumbent on the person to have some situational awareness. So I'll say it again. I don't know how people get hit by trains. Even if your car got stuck, get out of your car. It sucks, you're going to lose a car.
But you're
maybe a foot.
Yeah.
I just don't know how people get hit by. So the 2 brothers got hit and killed in the exact same spot that their brother did a couple of weeks prior. See, it was meant to be. People always believe in fate, like Poundcake said, but they never believe in fate in a bad way. You know, they meet the love of their life and they go, "Hey, it's fate." You say fate that these guys. I don't believe in fate, but boy, stupidity is you can really run in the family.
Just like you met someone years ago, and then years later you meet that person again, and you're like, I loved you from the very first time I met you. And then they get married. It's like, I thought I would never see you again, and we got married. That's fate.
No, it's coincidence. It's a happy accident. That's great for them.
Fate.
No, you still had their phone number, their address.
nope.
I'm going to say it's fate.
Wiped out off the grid. They lived in the woods for the last 15 years.
I've been in a cabin. I never thought I'd see you again. I got a break. You want to get a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch if you're inclined, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
2 if you want to text. Tribe game tonight. It's going to be the last of 4 up in Toronto against the Blue Jays. The Indians have won 1 of 3 so far. 7:07 tonight on MMS. So your pregame gets going 6:30 something right after we get out of here. And then the Indians will return home tomorrow to start at the weekend against the Detroit Tigers. So that's a 7:10 start tomorrow night. But 7:07 tonight from the Rogers Center in Toronto against the Blue Jays. Keep in mind all this month, you can get yourself something at CLE Clothing Company, whether it's sports in nature, whether it's Buzzard in nature, no shortage of Buzzard merch. Just make sure that you use a promo code VACATION, and you'll get 20% off whatever you want. No matter how many times you use it. You can do it online, do it in store. The flagship store downtown, they got that Hot Nuts picture that somebody sent me. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you want to leave us a message there, you can anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Let me show you the difference between electric and acoustic. There's just some things you can't do on electric that you do on acoustic. Here we go.
We haven't heard from Brian in a while.
Oh, it's Brian, yeah.
Yeah, Brian.
Brian Unplugged.
This is an example of something you can't do on an electric guitar? Is that what he's saying?
That is exactly what he's saying.
Oh, I thought he was going to switch back and forth. Hey, here's some acoustic, here's some...
You cannot do this on acoustic
You
guitar.
can't
On
electric guitar.
You shouldn't do this on acoustic. You can't do it on electric.
You simply can't pluck the same strings on an electric guitar. You cannot replicate this. Well, all right, there you go. There's Brian. Thank you, Brian.
Brian, if you're ever playing a gig out somewhere, let us know. I'm coming.
Uh-huh. There you go. We'll hit up Jam Night at the Hydrant.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. Joel is a bureau chief in Minneapolis. Beth listens in Scottsdale, Arizona. Paige is in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And DeAndre listens in Vallejo, California. Sebastian, by the way, is one of our bureau chiefs in Salt Lake City. And I saw another one of these stories where some radio dude gets busted for being a perv. Guy works for this company. Or did. I think even before this, he got let go. You remember when they kept firing everyone every couple months? He was one of the guys. Yeah. Remember where every day we'd come to work and there'd be fewer and fewer people? This is a guy named Rex Long, and he... Oh, God. I don't know. I guess that's his real name.
Rex Long.
Rex Long. He used to be the program director for a couple of stations in Austin, Texas.
Ooh, huge market.
No. It's mid-50s, I think.
Really?
Dallas is the big one, I thought. Right?
Dallas, Fort Worth, yeah. I thought all the Texas stations like Houston and Dallas.
No, Houston's like top 5 now, I think. Houston really blew up.
Okay.
Dallas is top 10. I mean, I could be wrong, but Austin is firmly mid-50s, I think.
Okay.
Smaller than Cleveland. Anywho, he got arrested in Salt Lake City for child porn, where he had been working in Salt Lake City as a 911 dispatcher.
Oh, goodness.
Imagine that. What's that? You've got children at your house. I'll send somebody over. He left this company in November of last year. They call it, they like to make firing people sound as positive as possible. So they don't call them mass layoffs. They call them RIFs. I don't know if other companies do this. RIF. It means reduction in force. We're not firing people. We're reducing our force. So he was one of the guys who lost his gig. But he, in traditional radio fashion, it's a very nomadic business for most people, and he made his way around the country, Montgomery, Alabama, and Colorado Springs, and Abilene, but they pinched him in Salt Lake City for possession of child pornography.
Got him.
Got him. They're like, is your name really, tell me your name isn't really Rex Long. He's like, yeah, it's Rex Long. It's actually Peter Jellyfinger, but that's...
What is Rex short for? Or is that
Rex
just...
in effect.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rexel.
Or is it WRECKS? And they just go by Rex REX.
I mean, Rex is probably short for like Rexford or something.
It was going to be something weird like Theodore, one of those that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
Rexamillion.
Rexamillion.
There was a guy, one of my best friends growing up, her dad's name was Rex. And I never questioned it. I was just like, oh, this is his name.
I mean, you didn't ask him? Hey, what's Rex short for?
No.
Do you regret not asking him? Because
I do
you would
now.
have had, in this very moment.
I haven't needed this information until right now.
Rex is derived from the Latin word rex, which means king. It is a name unto itself, but related to Rexford, Regis, and Reginald, which I
Okay.
assume are all derivatives of Latin kings. Not to be confused with, of course,
the Latin kings.
The Latin kings. Right. You want to make sure that you're wearing the right colors. But Rex, I feel like that name is you don't hear it too often anymore. I feel like that's a name that comes with some expectations.
Yeah, he looked like his name was Rex.
Yeah.
He was like a big dude who might have had a motorcycle, wore bandanas, had the goatee, like a buff guy. Yeah.
Right. Tyrannosaurus
Stern.
Rex, the lizard king.
Oh, yeah, he also
Not
did
to be
have
confused with Jim Morrison.
very short arms. That was
Your
the
friend's
other-
dad,
yes.
Rex, said, yeah.
Mhm.
Could you hand
That's
me
why
that?
he
Yes.
had the chopper, because the handles are...
His hands were attached to his shoulders, actually.
Oh,
is how it
I
happened.
see. He was like a reverse Cotton Hill.
It was a freak accident.
A freak accident.
At a train track, actually.
Really? And
Yes.
they lost his...
The center part.
the middle of his arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not his body, just the center part of his arms.
They lost the ulna and the radius,
Uh-huh.
and they go, we saved your hands. We're going to attach them to your shoulders.
Yes.
You think that could work? Could that work?
What do you mean work? What do you need to do?
Well, it's still functional, but it's certainly not convenient.
You can't clap.
But you also need the,
I could get
the
by with
hands to
never
not die,
clapping.
though.
Yeah.
You need the hands to not, like, when you reattach them, they have to
They had dry
have
eyes.
nerves, and so,
Right.
they gotta... I feel like they could maybe make it work, but yeah, you're not gonna have a lot of functionality. I don't think you're gonna be able to use your fingers even.
They'd look more like, but
Shoulder
you could,
pads?
Well, they'd look more like wings or something, or but you could conceivably like reach over and
You
grab
could get something,
I don't know. I'm saying I don't think you're, because moving your hand takes more than just. It takes your whole.
You've got the
forearm.
nerves in the arms and the muscles and
It's
the
got
IC.
the tendons were still there. They connected him to his clavicle.
If you just had,
Again, you still need other muscles.
if you
to
just,
make it
I mean, if you just had the hand, that would do nothing
Yeah.
because the hand muscles are obviously connected to the muscles in your arms and your shoulders.
He still had all the muscles, just no bone.
Oh
So
no!
they were able to sew all the muscles
Oh.
to his shoulder bone.
So he might as well have just had like gloves full of pudding then, essentially on his
Yeah.
shoulders, and yeah.
What did this guy...
Imagine though if they tried that, it didn't work, and the hands became necrotic, but they couldn't remove them. So you had
Two
old,
dead
shriveled black hands on your shoulders. You just look like epaulets.
You're just gonna have to compost them.
Oh. Yeah. Say what, Poundcake?
What does this guy look like? Does he look like a Rex?
The perv in Salt Lake City?
Yes.
Yeah, he looks like your standard chubby radio guy. I mean, you know, like
Standard
well, you know what I mean? Like
No.
goatee,
He wasn't hot.
faux hawk. I mean, whatever. No,
I'm just curious. I don't know people. Like, I know a couple of people who do look like their name. Like, I'm like, hi, how are you? What's your name? He was like, oh, Rex. I'm like, yeah, you look like a Rex.
You've met a Rex.
No, I
don't think
haven't.
I've ever met a Rex.
I just use that as an example. But there are a number of people, like I have a friend named Ethan, and I'm like, yes, you are an Ethan.
I love that name.
He looks
Ethan?
like an Ethan. Like, there's no other name that would fit him right. I don't feel like I look like a Cody. That's why I always feel like I'm weird and awkward because my name doesn't fit me.
So change your name. You're an adult. Do whatever you want.
Yo, why don't you change your name?
Because I've just been this my entire life.
Yes, everyone has been their name. That's why they change it.
I don't. But I'm
Change your name. What do you want to be? What do you want to be
Change
called?
literally means taking what is and making it something else. So it's.
I don't know. I mean, maybe if I crowdsource and it's a name that I really like. Like I kind of like Alden, but I don't know if that fits me.
No,
Alden?
like a regular normal name.
What is a regular normal
Alden.
name?
I don't know, like Ethan.
But I don't want to be Ethan. I have a friend named Ethan.
Okay, then Rex.
I don't want to be Rex. He's named after a perv.
Alden. No, this guy is a perv named Rex. If you're named Rex, you're not named after a perv. I'm sure there are pervs named Cody. Alden. This
So
guy
you
over
wanna-
here.
you don't
Name
like
yourself
your name.
Watermelangia.
Watermelandrea, Alan.
Watermelandrea.
Drea.
Whatever. They're all made up.
You look like an Alan and Bill looks like a Bill. Mary? Yeah.
Mary looks like a Tammy.
Tammy?
Yeah.
Or Pamela.
Terry with an I.
I mean, Mary looks like a Mary Lynn.
I am Mary Lynn.
I know.
Mary Lynn Louise.
Hey, it worked out.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can I come up with a new name for you?
You can come up with one. That doesn't mean I'm going to take it. Go ahead.
No. If I come up with a name for you, you have to.
I'm not legally.
change
I'm
your
not.
name.
You are legally bound to whatever name.
I have to get my license here in like a month, anyways. I'm just gonna be like, hey, can you just put this new one on here?
Yeah. Dreyfus.
Dreyfus Brown.
No, Dreyfus.
Dreyfus?
Yes.
Dreyfus Brown.
I feel like Poundcake fits me more than
Then legally
Have
change
you
your name to
legally
Poundcake.
changed to Poundcake?
Do it.
Poundcake Alan Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I molest children. My mom would kill me.
P-cab.
Hey, I molest children.
See? No. Cody's a perv's name, too.
No.
Rex Manning Day.
Hey.
He was pretty hot, right? Maxwell Caulfield was the actor's name.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just curious.
No more.
Rex is a very interesting name, and I don't think it's short
Rex.
for anything.
Yeah, but like naming a kid Rex,
Like
you name
Rexler?
a baby Rex.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, it has to be short for something.
Well, that's
It's
what
a name you've got to grow into.
Yeah, because Cody sounds like a kid's name. I don't know, like adults name Cody, I'm like, ugh. But like I know some Codys, and I just find it to be like a very childish name. But when they name children George or Bob, like
Well, I think a kid would be Robert. I think you'd decide later on if you want to be Bob or Robbie or Rob.
And they try to make it more kid like. They try to make George more kid like. It'd be like Georgie, like no.
Yeah, Georgie.
Yeah, I knew a kid named Georgie.
Like Bernard. What do they call him?
Bernie.
Damn, you got one for everything.
All right. He didn't make those up, right?
Yes, he did. These are all names that Bill invented.
Keep going. You want Donald? Donnie. I got them all.
Willie.
Willie is the...
Willard.
Willie.
Yeah, okay.
Willie. Okay, fine.
I have a friend who named her son Harvey, and I go, I assume that's a family name. She goes, nope, just like that name. And I go, the beauty of it is that whoever he grows up with, that name is so far back there, they're not even going to know. They're not going to associate it with anything. They're just going to think, oh, I know a kid named Harvey. Whereas we would go, oh, is it somebody's grandpa? Nope. If you let enough time go by.
Yeah, I feel like that happens with a lot of girls' names where, like, there's a bunch that were definitely, like, old lady names that got, like, reused in the past few years where now it's, like, the cute name. Like, I feel like Pearl's making a comeback.
Pearl.
Or Gretchen.
My daughter goes to school with Bobby, right? This regular kid's name.
B-O-B-B-I?
No, a boy.
Oh.
Bobby. But when I see him, I call him Bobbert. And the look that comes over his face every time I say it, he's not sure. You can tell he's not sure if he likes it or not.
Bobbert.
You mean like when someone would call someone named William Billiam?
Billiam. But what's not to like about Billiam?
Well, lots of things.
It's better than Billy. It stands out.
I
What about Willie? Could you have ever gone by Willie Squire?
Nah, I don't
No?
Like I think Will was there, but I really wish I had just gone by my middle name.
What about Scooter?
Well, that would have worked with my middle name.
What about
Old Scooter Bill?
What's your middle name?
Scott.
Scott. You want to be a Scott? Scott.
Scott Squire. What's the matter with that? It's got some alliteration to it. It's
Scott's golf.
What?
Scott is a golf name.
A golf name?
In a polo.
Titleist is a golf name.
Well,
Scott's
yeah.
just a
Thinking of
regular
one
name.
golfer that you know named
I don't
Scott.
even know a golfer named Scott.
Fuzzy is a golfer name.
No, Scott is a country club name.
A lot of people.
Scott.
Golf is a very popular game.
My cousin's name's Scott, and he's the opposite of everything I'm describing. But when I hear the name Scott, that's what I picture. Is like a middle-aged dude who wears a polo and khakis.
Doesn't have the
Goes to
fashion sense
brunch.
of somebody from the East Coast.
Right. Everything that comic hated.
Oh, hey,
Tucks
speaking
his
of Scott, we just got a message from Scott. They're here.
Did I not get that mix?
What?
Oh yeah, he did. Sorry, I was
John's coming in.
Oh, well, we gotta go get him.
Yeah, I gotta go get him.
Go. They're downstairs.
Why did I think he was calling?
Well, I'm glad
Because
I
everybody's
finished.
called for a year and a half?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, right?
Glad I finished my egg salad before we had a guest come in.
Wish we had
Did
a
you really
chair.
have egg salad?
I ate 2 egg
I thought
salad
you were
sandwiches.
kidding. In my
Why
office?
would I be kidding?
Because we were joking about his
chips.
Chips.
I had.
And you go, I've got egg salad. And I thought you were joking.
No, I had to. I put in new Invisalign trays so I can't eat anything crunchy. So I need mush food.
That's not my problem.
I mean, kind of.
Go down to the ice hockey table.
They
and
took
eat.
away all the tables. There's no
ice
more
hockey
chairs.
table.
I'm not going to eat on an air hockey table because then if I get egg salad in it, it won't work.
Nobody uses it.
I use it.
The egg salad or the ice hockey table? Or air hockey table?
The ice hockey table.
Well, then it's good, nice and refrigerated for your sandwiches. No, I thought you were joking.
Dude,
That you were going to eat 2 egg salad sandwiches
And I
in the
did.
office. Christ on the cross.
It doesn't
Come on,
stink in
man.
there, I don't think.
Oh, no, of course you sat there and ate. How would you know? You ate 2 egg salad sandwiches.
I'm permeating it.
Yeah, I'm going to walk in there.
You know who's going to be just fine with it? John Caparulo. He'll be the judge. If he walks in there and goes, oh, it smells like egg salad in here, then we got a problem. We also have to figure out, we need a chair.
No, I'll stand. I'll stand in the middle. He can
Okay.
sit here.
All right,
That's
we'll
fine.
figure it out.
Do we only have 2 chairs over there?
Yes.
Oh.
Because they keep selling all our stuff.
And things keep breaking, too. And people keep stealing chairs from other studios. It's running. The clock's running down on this place.
Hey, how many people in your studio? 3? Okay, there will be exactly 3 chairs then in there, too. Okay, yeah. No, I was under the impression that you were just joshing
No.
about those sandwiches.
Oh, I had to eat mush food, so.
Well, now I've got to eat something, even that smells even more than either of those things.
Tuna. You got any tuna?
I already had my tuna salad today. And you didn't even smell it when you walked in,
So
did
that's
you?
my point.
That's how good I am. You didn't even smell it when you walked in.
How do you.
Your nose blind to my tuna salad.
How would you make tuna less stinky? How is that a reflection of how good you are? It's
I
like-
don't. It's just that you don't smell it. You didn't walk in and go, oh, God.
I do that every day.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you
don't.
don't.
Tell you.
Please.
We just don't
Office
tell you.
is so bad. I mean, the radio gig is great, but P-U-E.
Alan, my dog's name is Alden. There you go. What about Guillermo Squire?
Guillermo.
I like that.
About Guillaume. French.
Guillaume, that was my. I took French in 7th grade and went by Guillaume.
Guess what? A great catch by one of our listeners, by the way. Isn't golf from Scotland?
Maybe that's
Didn't
why
golf
I
originate
associate
in
it.
Scotland?
I think it did.
Yeah. So it fits perfectly with everything else you're saying.
Yep. Are people from Scotland named Scott? They are Scots.
They're Scots. Scottish. Wow. What about groundskeeper William? Did you ever think about that? Groundskeeper Billy?
It sounds like a job that I don't want.
Okay. Tell Mary I'm a Scot and I wear a t-shirt and jeans. I work a retail job and I don't golf.
Well, Scott, good for you.
There's a Scot who doesn't golf.
Like I said, my cousin's
I
name
bet
is
stripper
Scott.
Scott doesn't golf.
Oh, I forgot about him.
And he's made a lot of hole-in-ones.
Oh,
Hi-oh! There it
okay.
is.
He's in a lot of
Boom!
sand traps. Am I right? Mulligan. Beep, beep, beep,
Oh, he's stuck in the rough.
Something about a birdie. All right. Holes.
He never pulls his putts. All right.
Not a ball washing. Okay.
That's bowling, Mary.
No, you don't wash your balls in bowling.
Don't you?
Rub them.
I thought you washed them.
No, you wash them in golf.
Those balls never get washed?
No, they would have. They need the oil on there to go down the lane quicker.
Oil?
Yeah.
It's like grease. Yeah. Wow. When's the last time you went bowling?
Probably when we all went
When
bowling.
we all went
Yeah.
bowling.
Who won that day?
You did.
Yeah, she did.
Well, good for you.
Tell me what you're gonna do now. Keep bowling, 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 bowling. What? Keep bowling, 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 bowling. Come on.
All right. Let me take a break. John Caparulo is going to join us. He's in town with Mary Santora to do hilarities this weekend, tonight, Friday and any Sunday, or just tonight, tomorrow, Saturday?
Tonight, tomorrow, Saturday.
All right. So we'll catch up with him when we return. I'll also have the tickets for you. Well, a couple of passes to get you to the Rock Hall on Sunday to hang out with Seether for a bit. This is not an open to the public thing, so I'm going to make you a couple of VIPs here. Seether is going to, they've got an exhibit at the Rock Hall. They're going to be handing over some of their own equipment for the Rock Hall. And you'll hang out with them for a second. A little grip and grin, if you will. So I'll get a couple of winners for that when we get back. 35192 if you want to text for anything.
It's the Alan Cox.
Sunday. This isn't open to the public. The band Seether. Love those guys. They are doing a thing at the Rock Hall on Sunday. They've got an exhibit there. They're going to be donating an item to the Rock Hall's permanent collection. So I'll give you day passes to tour the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on Sunday. And we'll get you to meet Seether as well when they arrive to view their exhibit. Okay? So meet and greet with Seether and get yourself around the Rock Hall. Caller 10, you and a guest. Good luck. It should be a really good time on Sunday. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I'm 41 now. Getting old, it's a weird thing, man. You know, it's not all at once. It's a nice gradual descent. You get those little hints along the way. You just have those little moments. You know, as you look in the mirror, you start seeing gray hairs, gray eyebrows. Pooped my pants in the car the other night. It was an accident. I was on my way to the grocery store. It was an accident, as it usually is, I think, for most of us. I don't think anybody plans on in their pants, but it wasn't the fact that I pooped my pants that made me feel old. It was the fact that I still went shopping. Just gonna buy milk and detergent, maybe offend the cashier. So what?
There's John Caparulo. How long ago was that? You were 41 then. That couldn't have been that long ago.
That was 4 years ago. And
are you still proudly crapping your pants on the way to?
Well, not proudly, but you know, I just kind of accept that's who I am. And
as long as you wear a mask.
Well, of course, yeah, we'll all be safe. But it's one of those times where I'm listening to me tell that story, and I'm like, yeah, I know everybody thinks that's a joke, but that happened.
Well, we've had that conversation over the years. Like, have you ever crapped yourself in public or in private? But surprise, and I think we all have. Like, we've all got individual stories of having done that.
Yeah, I've done it more as an adult than I care to admit. But yeah,
and it's a surprise every time, isn't it?
It as it should be.
Yeah.
But I think the worst one I did was I pooped my pants at home. Once. There's really no excuse for that. I mean, it's not like I can't find the bathroom. I own it.
Yeah, you know where it is.
Yeah, I was like, no, I want to get upstairs where my iPad is, and ended up crapping the stairs. So
that'll jam you up too. That's when you have to, if you have a large enough house, where you'll have to make a split-second decision as to which bathroom you want.
Yeah.
Some people just have one. Or they want to go to the nearest one. Some people go, no, the one upstairs is nicer. I don't know if I've got time to get up there.
I have my designated one that it's like my own personal porta-john.
Right. And nobody else can use it.
Nobody else wants any part of it. They don't want any part of that room.
Yeah.
So,
because you've got a little girl, right?
I have a little, yeah.
And how old is she now?
She's 6.
6, okay.
Yeah. Which she does come, it is kind of my office too, though, so she does come by to.
The bathroom?
Yeah, you know, I mean, because they just get fed up and it's like, just go talk to him on the can.
Yeah,
and,
right.
So, yeah, here I am.
What are you doing in there? What do you think I'm doing in here? Same thing you're doing when you're in here.
Working on material. That's what.
That's right. That's right. How am I going to have all that material about, well, this?
Whatever, yeah. John is at Hilarities this weekend, tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday with Mary Santora. Do you need a microphone, Mary?
I'm in front of one, but you haven't. Is it on? Can you?
There we go.
Hey!
Hey!
That's the one.
Hi.
I didn't know if you had one or not.
Yeah.
There's one in the middle.
I'm standing in front of one.
I didn't know if it was up.
No, yeah. John and I have worked together a couple times in the past, so I'm looking forward to it for sure. It's always a good time.
Yeah, it should be fun. Yeah.
Now, do you feel left out, Mary, if you don't crap your...
Well, you know, I mean, that's always something you got to prepare yourself for. I mean, I think every comic has to go into every show with the idea that this might suck, and I might get chased out of here. You know, that's always a possibility, but it's something you gotta. I guess you callous yourself to it eventually. You're just like, well. You know, and you just tell yourself, well, what did they expect? You know?
How did you start going out again, or had you been going out the whole time where you could still go?
Well,
over the last year?
I had my own residency show in Las Vegas up until March of last year, and then that shut down, and then I started putting together some more some road stuff, and then they officially canceled that a couple months ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm fully back on the road again.
You guys living in Vegas?
Yeah, we're still.
I was just there for my 50th for the first time. My wife had gone a bunch of times over the years.
Yeah.
I had never been to Las Vegas before.
Oh, it's a treat.
Well, it was 116, which I
Yeah.
mean, whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I couldn't say that I got. We weren't out walking around all day under those conditions, a lot of pool time or whatever. So
Yeah.
I'd like to go back. I mean, it was fun.
It's all right. It is a fun place to visit. Living there, when you just start to surround yourself with that debauchery all the time, it starts to wear on you. But visiting, it's nice. But yes, it's aggressively hot there. I mean, it's the type of hot that you're just like, why did I shower? What was the point? I'm sweaty again. But
also people who live in Las Vegas, or whether they're natives or they've lived there a long time, they are very specific in telling people that, like, Vegas isn't just the Strip. They have a chip on their shoulder about, like, it's a city like any other city. People think Vegas is all this. I'm like, well, it's a lot of that.
Yeah.
I know there are people doing, regular work there, but, like, people who live in the rest of Vegas seem to get, they kind of have a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, I don't have it yet, because to me it's pretty much the Strip and Walmart.
Sure.
So it's like there is a lot of other like little pockets of Vegas that really aren't the Strip, but you have like really big, really nice casinos like out in like sort of like the suburbs. Like there's one right next to where our house is, and we live on a golf course actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't belong to the club, so I can't play on it, but their tee shots can hit my house a lot, so it's that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like hail damage on your house.
You're like, what was it? Oh no, I didn't hear 4. Sorry.
Yeah, I always wondered how that works with people who live adjacent to golf courses. That seems to be people really want that property. Like, oh, we live on a golf course, but I'm always like, it's not like Top Golf. They don't have giant fences up.
No, they
so
don't.
I'm like,
yeah.
do balls hit people's houses?
They hit the house. We're just lucky we haven't had a window broken, but it's even worse, like, because the house is made of stucco, so we have just holes in the house.
Yeah, like plaster and stuff.
Yeah, it'll put a dent. Yeah,
but it teaches the kid to have her head on a swivel, so that's nice.
Yeah, well, I do like to keep her on her toes. Yeah.
Watch out for flying balls while you're out in the backyard. So I know you're a Pats fan.
I was.
Yeah.
While Brady and Belichick, I was just a Brady Belichick fan. So
that was my question. Is like so are you a Bucks fan now?
Yeah, that's hard to say.
Yeah,
I mean, saying I'm a Buccaneers fan just doesn't feel good. But
you're a Tom Brady fan.
I'm a big Tom Brady fan, of course. Yeah, I like when somebody's just that. Really, just that great at what they do. I think that's awesome. It's like Michael Jordan. I was a big fan of Michael Jordan, and same type of deal. I mean,
I noticed the shoes.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody did.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite pairs of all time.
I like the threes.
Yes,
I can dunk from the foul line.
Yeah, take that, Tom Segura.
But yeah, I love when people are just really great, and it's like, does it matter what uniform they're in?
Right.
I mean, because I was a big Browns fan as a kid, and I realized I missed a lot of good football. I loved Bernie Kosar, don't get me wrong,
right. But you're talking about like elite cream of the crop athletes.
I missed a lot of the 49ers of the 80s. I didn't catch that because I was in a closet crying, because of Elway.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, I had a lot of friends that were Patriots fans, and the easy knock was, well, you just like Tom Brady, but a lot of them stuck with the Patriots. I was like, okay. I don't know if it was out of spite, because I think there was a lot of that, too.
Yeah,
and people were like, screw that guy or whatever. But I could absolutely see hitching your wagon to just a guy,
Yeah,
I got lucky because I grew up with, like, the championship Bulls. Like, that was my home team,
Right.
But, like, coming here years ago where people would talk about the Browns or the Cavaliers, some real sob stories, boys. Depressing.
Yeah, it's tough. So you grew up in Chicago?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
But hearing people talk about
last year with the Last Dance, didn't that feel like the Bulls won a 7th championship?
Yes,
it really did, because there was no NBA, and it was like all of a sudden people just were reminded, like, oh, this team was pretty good. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I almost didn't watch it because I was thinking like, well, they're just going to show old footage and talk about how great Jordan was, and it's like we saw all that and lived through it. But it was amazing. It was
Yeah.
like most of it I was completely unfamiliar with.
It was
all that behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, it was great.
It was like the
great.
one thing to look forward to for the week for me was like,
yeah,
Sunday night I can watch the new episode.
Yeah, 2 episodes a week.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. I actually I have it. I have it downloaded on my iPad. I fall asleep to it on planes.
Oh, nice. You're really into it.
The Last Dance again. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's good stuff.
So how have the getting back out? What did you have to shake any rust off, or did you just kind of click right back in?
It feels like that. I mean, because it's like I'm just now starting to get a consistent run back, but it's like, yeah, it does. It's weird because, you know, when you're doing it so much so regularly, you don't really have time to think of like how ridiculous my job is.
Right.
You know? It's like, but you know, when you have time in between, you're like, oh wow, I gotta go in front of strangers and make them laugh this week.
Right.
I haven't done that in a month.
Yeah,
or whatever.
you were living
So-
like a normal life for a while, kind of. Yeah.
You start to, you know, become a person again, and
Right.
That's awkward. So, but it's
nothing worse for comedy.
it really, yeah, because I mean, the last thing you want to be able to just not think about it. It's just supposed to be something that's so. I've gone through it a few times this year. It's like because I'll go through a 3-week stretch where I'm on the road all 3 weeks, but then you know I'll go like all of. What was it? Most of July, I wasn't anywhere. So, you know, it's like I was in Missouri last week, so I got a nice little warm-up before I came here. So,
But you're also past the point where you don't have to worry about bombing in front of people anymore,
you
right?
would like to think. But,
I
you
mean,
never know.
I always, you know, because some people go, well, you can bomb any time. But it also feels like you do get to a point where it's not very likely.
Well, that's the thing. The thing about comedy is it will always, eventually, it will bring you back down to earth because it doesn't matter. Like, you'll get to a point. I remember specifically, it was like, I think it was 2015. You know, I'd been on, you know, a lot of TV shows. I've been on Chelsea Lately for a while. But I developed a following to where I'd been headlining and everything. And I just felt like, yeah, like you're talking about, like, well, I'm pretty much bomb-proof at this point. I know what I'm doing. I mean, you know, I can pretty much kill it in any situation. And I got invited to it was a celebrity golf, like it was like this big like charity thing. Ronnie Lott from the ex-49er puts on every year. And I remember my agent called me all excited because he knows I'm an NFL fan. He's like, you're gonna perform for this all these people at this big golf outing, Eric Dickerson and Joe Montana and Barry Sanders, and I'm like, all right, I get to bomb in front of my heroes, and but I'm still like, I'll handle this, I'll be all right. And long story short, I cried in front of Marcus Allen. So I you know, and I mean, it's one of those things where it's like I got to that point then, and it's like. None of those people knew me from anything. It was just like they were like,
Right.
"Who are you? And why are you disrupting our meal?"
Yeah.
And that's,
They weren't big. Marcus Allen wasn't a big Chelsea
so
Lately
yeah,
fan.
I'm just this guy cussing in front of your kids, and they're like, "What? You awful man, go away." So yeah, it was. So no matter what, you will get to a point with comedy where you'll
be humbled occasionally.
Yeah, you have to be, and you have to be because I mean the thing is like you know the unfunniest person in the world is the guy who's got everything going for him.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know? I mean, once things are going really well, you might as well stop doing comedy. So
Right.
yeah, you know.
But at least you also you will get enough down the road where when something like that does happen, you know, you bounce back a little bit quicker than you would otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the Ronnie Lott thing had happened when I was, say, you know, when
3
I
years
was,
in or whatever.
when I was 30,
Yeah.
that still probably would have been pretty devastating. You know, like, oh no, I really should go get a job.
Was there any was there any player that walked up to you and was like, "Hey, that was pretty funny, man"?
Yeah, Marcus Allen.
Oh,
That's
Marcus
why I
Allen.
cried. Because because the worst thing was I mean, what happened was I go up on stage and I mean I felt awkward. The whole thing just felt awkward because I remember I even thought. Well, I'll dress up a little bit, and I found a shirt with buttons.
Yes.
And I was like, all right,
And a collar?
now I'm ready for prom.
Yeah.
And I remember I go on stage, and the first thing I said is like I'm like this is this is the best outfit I own, and I'm the worst dressed guy here, and I got crickets, and they're just like, what? Who are you? And there was this drunk like. Trust fund kid from like Ireland or something who had donated a bunch of money, so they were just pretty much gonna let him do whatever he wanted. And I get on stage and the guy like after the first few rocky minutes, I felt like I sort of had a core group who was listening to me. This guy's all messed up in the back, starts yelling, "You suck! Get off the stage!"
He's
I'm like,
heckling you.
Yeah, and I'm like,
with a brogue.
Right, and I mean, I'm at a country club. It's an open air. People just had they just had, it's like a banquet.
Yeah.
And it's
Lobster Thermidor, and you're up there getting heckled.
Yeah, so all my, comedy club instincts come out, and like the next time he goes, "You suck, get off the stage." I went, "Don't you think I would if I could?" I said, I said, "I'm being paid to be up here, dude. Do you think I came for the warm reception?" And so then I start laying into this guy, because as a comic, you're used to the fact, well, okay, if some guy's going to get drunk and be a jerk, eventually he's going to be escorted out. So I'll pepper him with insults while they're getting rid of him.
Yeah.
But no, not at this place, because he just donated a bunch of cash or something, or bid on a jersey or some crap.
He's at the high roller table.
Right. So they're acting like I'm the disturbance. And I'm like, and I remember there's a guy with a light. He's like giving me the flashlight, like get off stage. And finally I just snapped at him. I was like, "Dude, I see the light. You're 7 feet away from me. All right, sorry, little girl, but let's get it."
Yeah.
I'm like,
So you're like slowly losing it on stage.
Can I get off when I want to get off instead of when that guy tells me? Can I at least leave with some dignity, sir? And the worst. So I get off stage. I was supposed to do like 45 minutes. I did like 15. And
45 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I come off stage and I make a beeline for the back, and I go to find this dude. And I rolled up on a dude, and I think I rolled up on James Hetfield from Metallica. I think, in retrospect, I think that was him, but I'm not sure. But anyway, I go up and I'm like, "Hey man, what the hell?" And he's like, and he's caught off guard. He's like, "What? You were really funny." And I went, "No, why are you talking trash while I'm on there trying to do my job?" So finally, the Lucky Charms springs up from over on the side, and he's like, "It was me, man." And I'm like, "Oh." So I roll over to him. I'm like, "Hey, what the hell?" And I realized after about 2 seconds of talking to this drunk mess that I'm either going to have to hit him or leave. And I'm not going to hit anybody.
Right.
So I'm like, I got to leave. So I remember I was going to this shuttle bus to take me back to the hotel. And
you just want to get out.
I'm like Dick Vermeil. Like mucus attacks my face. Like where I'm just like I can just feel the tears starting to well up. And the girl who was like in charge of the entertainment, she's like walking me out, and I'm like, "Can I just get a bus? Can I just go?" And I start to get on the shuttle bus, and I hear, "John, wait, Marcus wants to talk to you." And I was like, "No." And I turn around.
Got some Raiders merch for you.
Just the well broke, the dam busted loose. And I start with the tears down my face, and Marcus Allen comes out to go, "Hey," and I start cussing. I can't say on your radio show.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Marcus, I think you're great. I was a really big fan, but I don't want to meet you right now. This is just a bad night." He's like, hey, I just want to tell you you're really good." I'm like, "Oh wow. No wonder Nicole Brown fell for you." And I'm like, so I'm like, I know, I understand, but I gotta. There was a really bad situation. He's like, "Hey," and he says, "Just tell him next time if I want to hear an a-hole, I'll fart." And I said, and I went, "Okay, thanks." And then I'm like, "Okay, I gotta get out of here." I'm like, and he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, it's just a really bad night. I want to go.
Right.
I want to go home and forget about this." He's like, hey, just remember, next time, just say, if I want to hear an a-hole, I'll fart." And I realized in that moment, I'm in no position to go, "Hey, Marcus, I'll write the jokes here." I'm not a professional anymore. I literally just started today, obviously, in his eyes. So I'm like, "Thanks. All right, I'll write it down." And
he thought you were a trainee.
Then the worst thing was, I could have had, before he talked to me, I could have had a shuttle bus back to the hotel myself. But no, by then, we drew a crowd. So then there were other people on the bus, and I'm up in the front like the kid who just got beat up, like with trying to dry my tears. And I hear people in the back like, "He was terrible." I'm like, "Oh man,
I gotta get out of
here."
here.
And this wasn't like I'd been doing comedy for 18 years at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd had a couple specials, everything, but it's like, You can run into that wall anytime.
Well, yeah, but something that wasn't just a bad set. Like something that completely off the rails too would really throw you off.
Yeah, because you just
that was an extreme case,
right? Because I mean that's the type of thing that you deal with. You know, when somebody will give you 3 minutes at a bar or something like that, and there's some jerk who just won't leave you alone or whatever. But it's like you figure I'm at a respectable place. There, I'm making a decent amount of money to do this. Too, I remember I was trying to give them back their money because I thought that was the only way I could, like, sort of have a backbone and go, you know what? No, I'm not going to say that it's okay to just pay me and treat me like a birthday clown.
Right.
Like, and then my manager's like, yeah, it's probably best you do give it back because they were asking for it back. I'm like, oh, no, I'm keeping it. Because now they want it back? I'm like, no, that's not cool.
If it was my idea.
I'm doing whatever's spiteful here. So, yeah,
if it was
keeping
my
it.
idea, it would have been good.
Yeah, right.
John Caparulo is not going to cry on stage at Hilarities.
Well, you never know.
This weekend. With Mary Santora tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. You can go to pickwickandfrelick.com for the details. And it's always good to see you, man. Thank you for coming in.
It's great to be back.
JohnCaparulo.com. You want to find him online. And we'll take a break. 35192 if you want to text for anything. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Cleveland Taco Fest is back end of the month, Friday the 27th through Sunday the 29th. At the world-famous Agora, it's a full weekend of tacos and tequila, live music, lucha libre, wrestling, and lots more. If you need tickets, info, whatever, agoracleveland.com for that. Car 10, a couple of passes for Cleveland Taco Fest. Bon appetit. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Skinny girls got that wop, but big girls got that. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm gonna know the bowlers hitting me up. Tell Mary you do not oil your balls.
No, but you don't wash them either.
You polish them.
That's what she
polish your ball. Not with oil.
Not with oil. I didn't say. Did I say you put it on
said
there?
You oil your. That's why all these bowlers are hitting me up. Tell Mary you don't oil your balls.
No, she said.
I said don't wash them because there would be no oil on them or grease on them.
You don't want the oil from the bowling lanes on your balls.
Oh, I don't know.
But you polish it, but whatever. Who cares?
Because the bowlers are telling you who cares.
I'm telling you, the bowlers, I don't care.
Prevents your ball from hooking properly. If you want your balls to hook, you got to make sure that they're taken care of.
We're talking about lane balls.
What?
Not some that's a personal ball. We're talking about lane balls.
Your own personal
bowling ball.
I went to high school with Lane Balls, and I'll tell you what, her dad, even though he owned a giant printing company, she was still really nice, was always sweet to me.
That's nice.
Yeah, she'd give me rides home from time to time. Alan, tell Mary, awesome show at the Grog Shop. What was the show at the Grog Shop?
Thank you so much. I was there with Joyelle Johnson on Monday. She's getting ready to tape a special for either HBO Max or Amazon Prime or something. She's getting ready to tape a special, so she's kind of hopping around the Midwest working out her hour. And it was really fun. It was a really fun show. So thank you for coming.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that was Monday night.
Monday night. All right. Well, they're just now getting around to giving you the accolades.
It's fine with me.
For it.
Ramon Rivas brought me so it's a funny story. I went at grief therapy, whatever toilet paper they had.
Guys, this is hilarious.
Hold on.
So at grief therapy.
Let me tell you about grief therapy. Well, no, because...
How are we going to get around this?
So they have obviously everything there is to make you feel more comfortable because you're already a sad person, right? So they're not going to skimp.
Like the food spread, the craft service table,
all that.
all of it. Yeah.
They're not going to skimp out on toilet paper because if you're already sad and then you're using this terrible one-ply see-through toilet paper, it's only going to make it worse.
But nobody can hang themselves with it, so that's a plus.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that strong.
Right.
But so I was for weeks, I'm I got to find out what brand of toilet paper this is because it's the nicest toilet paper I've ever used.
At grief counseling.
And I'm going through the drawers, and none of the toilet paper are in the packages. It's just extra rolls. And I'm
Wait, where are the drawers? In the bathroom?
Yeah, there's a dresser.
Do you think that that's so people can use it as Kleenex to dry their tears or whatever?
It's softer than Kleenex. It's so nice, soft but still durable.
Does it have the little waves in it? Was it Cottonelle?
No. So I'm looking at it, I'm trying to find it. And then finally one week as I'm walking out, I peered my head behind the staircase and I took a picture of it. It was called Member's Mark. And I took a picture of it and I put it on my Instagram. And I was like, who knows what toilet paper this is? Because I need it. And then everybody was like, oh, that's the Sam's Club brand.
Sam's Club.
Of toilet paper. Everybody was like, it's the best toilet paper. I can't talk. It's the best toilet paper you will use. So Ramon was on that show as well. He had his dad go get a Sam's Club size 48 rolls of the toilet paper.
Because you were not a member of Sam's Club.
I'm not a member. So not only did I get to do some great comedy that night, I walked out with the largest thing of toilet paper that I've ever carried in my life.
Isn't Sam's Club part of Walmart? I bet you could have bought that at Walmart.
I think they have different brands. I don't know that they carry Sam's Club brand things at Walmart.
That's why it's just a branding thing. I think it's just a packaging thing.
That's why it's called Members Mark instead of Sam's Club, so they could probably sell it at both places.
I don't know if I'd name anything toilet paper with the word mark in it.
It's a members-only mark.
Members-only toilet paper. Hey, remember those jackets you loved back in the 80s? Now we've got toilet paper. It's got a little band collar on them with a snap. Front pocket. So you at Santora Castle or whatever at Mar-a-Lago. So you've been using Members Mark toilet paper
As of Monday, yes.
Wow. Now
And I
has your
love it.
life improved considerably?
I'm happy every time I wipe. And
Are you finding that you're changing your diet just so you'll go to the bathroom more?
I had egg salad. No, but
Alan, didn't you hear me? I had 2 egg salad sandwiches, all right?
And now
That's
I can't-
directly correlated to the Members Mark toilet paper.
I can't button my pants now. My pants
Right.
are unbuttoned as we speak. But no, and I'm not one of those people who skips out on toilet paper either. Like I would buy like Charmin or Continental or Quilted Northern. I had a phase with, so I was spending money on toilet paper. But
Here
this
is
stuff-
my pet peeve. I have a cabinet in my side bathroom it's mostly for show, but it's full of toilet paper. But all toilet paper now is mega rolls. You can't
Yes.
find normal human rolls of toilet paper. Everything is mega. Well, this cabinet doesn't hold mega.
Not deep enough.
Not deep enough. So I'm like, how am I going to... Literally, I've stood at the Target toilet paper aisle and been like, there has to be a company making... They used to be called double rolls or something, and those are normal rolls now. They're all mega rolls because people are crapping so much now, so much. Because it's not like they go, well, here's how we'll fix this. Instead of selling you 24 double rolls, we'll sell you 12 mega rolls. No, the packs are still as big, but the toilet paper itself is bigger.
Yeah.
So that, to me, means... people are crapping more than they ever whatever. Who knows? But everything now is mega. I'm like, I don't want mega.
Yeah.
Don't need mega.
I think I don't go through a lot of toilet paper because I'm sophisticated and I use bidet. And I'm surprised you haven't got there.
You also don't have to use toilet paper to pee. Girls
You don't
use.
have to use the toilet paper to pee if you have a bidet.
I'm just gonna let my vagina air dry.
Yeah.
From water. It's not a penis. I can't shake it out.
But no, I mean, you use a little bit, dab it up, but you don't have to use a lot.
You've never had a vagina. You don't know.
But I know enough how they work.
How many have you wiped?
That
A
is
few.
between him and his physician. All right.
A few.
But my
I've
point-
potty trained people.
Yeah, but that's also not a grown adult. That's
It's not a
little-
grown flappy napkin that she's talking about. Flappy meal.
But anyway,
Right.
it still will reduce the amount of toilet paper that you use. And again, I still go for good toilet paper. I'm not knocking, get good toilet paper. But if you get a bidet, it'll take your whole experience to the next level.
I gotta
That's
say,
what everybody says.
I'm not on Team Bidet.
It's so good.
I don't think I've ever used one.
I use one in Europe, and I get why people are like, oh, they're fantastic. Wesley, right here, wants to tell everybody that bidets are life-changing. And I guess, go ahead, Wesley.
Life-changing.
Go ahead.
It's the analogy is if you got peanut butter in your shag carpet, would you use a paper towel or would you use a wet towel to get it out?
Okay,
And
and this is where we
life-changing.
this is where we divert paths, because I don't have peanut butter in shag carpeting poops. So I get a bidet for people who need to fire hose their beehole because whatever's going on down there
It's a
is such a
jungle.
monstrosity. I don't need that. I don't have that. So yes, in those
you don't know until you have it.
No, I've used
Until you
one.
use
I've
the
used
bidet.
one, and I'm like, okay, I get why people like them, but I don't need them. I just don't need them. I'm not
I
on Team
like it.
Bidet.
And I don't have, there'll be times where...
Too. I'll say that, because our household got one January 2020. So when everyone was panicking to buy toilet paper and wet wipes, we were sitting on our ivory tower looking down at everyone smiling.
No, but even when you use a bidet, you need to dab yourself with something. You don't just pull up your pants with a wet
That's what I'm
ass.
saying. You're gonna be
And
wet.
You're gonna dab, but I get the dabbing rather than the wiping. But again, it's just. Again, I use them in Europe, and yeah, they're fine, and people swear by them. But just on a day-to-day basis, I don't need something, because then you're just shooting particles all over inside the bowl.
No,
and I'm
it's much cleaner, and it's
some
better
people,
for the environment.
Some people
and
have
it's-
fire hose pressure on their bidet.
Yeah, you can adjust it. Mine can get to be like a laser beam, but I just don't go that high.
Right.
You got a nice little trickle that'll clean everything off, and there's different levels. Sometimes I need a little more. Sometimes just a little bit of spritz is all I need.
But you also do have to dab before you get back up.
Yeah, a little dab, and then you're done.
Yeah.
See, but I guess I'm with Alan there. I've never had that much of a mess back there, and I wash my butt every shower.
Yes, I also wash my butt every shower.
So what's going on back
I'm
there?
assuming he washes his butt.
Some
during
people
the
might
shower.
not. They might not get in there, and that's
Well,
why
they
they need
should.
the bidet.
I think they should. Again, I understand why people like them. I'm just saying most people I talk to, because bidets are very culty with people in the States. When you talk to people, they use that analogy. Oh, well, it's a mess, and this takes care of it. I go, I don't have a mess like that.
All right. Well, even if you still have a nice, solid, hard turd on your counter, are you just going to
on my counter?
Yes, I'm putting it on your counter. There's a nice, hard turd on your counter. Are you still just using dry paper to wipe it up, or are you going to use some liquids to get it real clean?
I use dry. I use dry toilet paper. I just wipe.
That's what I'm saying.
Your butt is the counter in this analogy.
Yes.
You wouldn't clean poop off of the carpet without using some sort of water. Why would you clean it off of your butt?
Well, first of all, my butt is not made of carpet. That's why
I went.
It's apples and oranges.
But,
I mean,
but that's why I gave it a smooth surface, like a counter, tile.
Yeah, but a counter
whatever.
is something other people are touching, so you need to disinfect that.
Other people aren't touching your butt.
No.
That water park really threw things into a
That's
bad
fine.
situation.
We do that stuff after a shower anyway.
She had a full day of bidets out there in the water park. Alan, well, so Bill's telling us that he's got shag carpet and that helps.
No,
And-
I don't. I really don't have like a hairy beehole, and I really don't have like. I just prefer the wash over the wipe because it's just cleaner to me, and it's I'm more prone to some sort of like rash or something from toilet paper than anything else. And it's not like it's real bad, but it's enough that you notice it. So I just prefer a bidet. It's just nice.
He's gotten so hoity.
I feel like it's evolution though, because I started out with like one-ply toilet paper when I was like poor. Like I never knew that there was like layers of toilet paper until I got to college. And then like my college roommates, they're come from middle-class white households, and they had the double and triple ply toilet paper. So I was like, ooh, this is a nice change. This is wonderful. Then when I moved out on my own, I was like, what's a wet wipe? My roommates, well, I guess I wouldn't say on my own, but like my gays, they were like, oh, we have wet wipes. And then the evolution from that was the bidet. And out of all of the things that I've tried, the bidet is definitely the best.
Now, have you gotten a bidet for your new place yet?
No.
You should get one.
We're on the wet wipes trend right
part
now.
of it is people just like shooting that water in their beehole, which I understand.
It's not really shooting it though. It's
There's
like,
nerve endings there, so it probably feels good. Would be my guess.
That's why I think that to me is the extra layer.
It feels cleaner.
Huh?
I just feel cleaner when I use a bidet.
Listen, I think people should use them if they want to use them. I'm just not. It's nothing that.
Listen.
It's nothing that was going to improve my life. When we redid our bathroom, our master bath last year, I said to Gwen, "Do you want to? Should we install a bidet?" She goes, "No." Like neither one of us were like, "Oh my God, that's going to be amazing." We were like, "No."
I had to call the city to get consistent water in my house. So I don't know that a bidet was really up the alley of where I'm living right now.
But now
what do you mean bidet? It's a Thursday. Tomorrow's a Friday.
But in the motherland where Bozo's from, they probably use bidets.
Yeah, maybe.
Alan, your butt crack is the only place in your body where it's acceptable to clean poop off with just a dry towel. Well, I mean, if you've got poop anywhere else on your body, I would absolutely recommend something wet.
Right, but why is it different for your butt?
Because if I got my arms are hairy, my legs are hairy.
There are
if I
still
got something,
small hairs on your butt. Your butt is not.
You don't know what his butt is.
Well, first of all, I get what he's saying, but you guys are all talking about peanut butter and shag carpet. That's not a little peach fuzz.
That is an extreme example to make a point. But that's why I was using the counter scenario. Or this person saying if you get poop on the palm of your hand, you're not wiping it off with a dry towel.
Speak for yourself.
I
have a poop towel on my own. Alan, I tried a bidet after forgetting about my anal fissure. The bowl looked like the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan. Does that mean Tom Hanks was in your toilet, or
yeah,
Tom Sizemore was bouncing around?
I mean, it's a star-studded cast. You can keep going.
Yeah. Hey, that's Ted Danson in there. In a
Vin
cameo.
Diesel?
Yeah. A star-studded cast right in my toilet bowl.
I'm not not against them. I've just never used them.
Well,
Same. I've used one, and it's fine, and I
really
get
don't
it.
think I ever have.
You should try it. You might love it. Yes.
You want to come take a dump at my house? I got 2.
I've tried. Remember when we were broadcasting
Just
from
go
your
out,
house?
go
I was
outside
like,
and hook up the garden hose.
I don't think I
and
had
just
it hooked up yet then.
I didn't have to poop.
Okay, well,
That was the
that's
difference.
2 things.
Yeah. Either way, members mark toilet paper. Good stuff. 48 rolls for like $26.
Right. Again, these are bad analogies. People are, if you're at the zoo and a monkey threw poop at you, would you wipe it off with a paper towel?
These are the analogies that you need.
No, they're not, because that's not what is happening back there.
Yeah, when you go to the bathroom, it comes out of a small opening and goes into a bowl of water, and then you wipe yourself. And however you want. It's not splattering on you because a monkey threw it at you.
Right, but it's
These
still-
are all extreme examples that have nothing to do with bidet versus
But
no
it's
bidet.
still touching parts of your body.
This is
and
a better-
give
no.
it a wipe.
This is a better
Give it
analogy.
a little spray.
It's like if you had a ketchup bottle and you squirted ketchup out of it, that hole closes on its own. So if you get a little bit of ketchup on the lid, you don't need to wipe it with a wet you can wipe that with a paper towel and you'll be fine.
You put your ketchup bottle under the bidet, and then you put the plunger on it and get the rest of the ketchup out of the bottle.
That's all I'm saying, is that closes on
All
its
right,
own.
now imagine the ketchup is poop.
It doesn't matter, is my point.
It does matter, and
How are you pooping that it's getting so gross back there that you have to wash it
I'm
every
not
time?
saying it gets so gross back there. I'm saying it's just I feel better with a bidet over toilet paper.
Okay.
Yeah, no, listen, no judgment. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I will take dumps here and sometimes have to use toilet paper, and it's fine.
But it's subpar.
But it's not the same feeling as the bidet cleanliness.
I think it's psychosomatic.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to hear from females who use bidets because I feel like there's a lot going on down there.
Oh, there's some freaks.
And if you splash something the wrong way, I guess it's cleaning it either way. But because
Alan, instead of peanut butter and shag, how about just warm milk duds on your car's floor mat? See, that's a tighter pile, smaller,
Tighter pile.
P-Y-L-E and P-I-L-E. Oh, boy.
Pile?
Park, private pile. Hey, what is your major malfunction? Hey, Joe.
Still my milk duds.
Yes.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, I had an exchange student from Saudi Arabia for a year.
Yeah.
And when he lived with me for the first part of the year, he would hide Gatorade bottles in the bathroom to wash his behind with because he had always used a bidet.
Did he use ice blue or orange or lemon lime, or what did he use?
All flavors.
Yeah.
By the time he left, he was sending toilet paper back to Saudi Arabia. He loved it so much, and he stopped the Gatorade completely, the Gatorade bottle.
So what? They didn't have toilet? I mean, toilet paper seems like something that's been around since the dawn of man. I mean,
I'm sure they had it in his house. They did not use it.
Oh, I see. Well, and over here, the toilet paper, it's like wiping your ass with a comforter. So it's, you
Right,
know, yeah.
Right, yeah, he loved it. He took tons of it home with it.
Unfortunately for Joe, it ruined Gatorade forever.
Powerade man now.
Yeah, Propel.
Yeah,
whatever it
Powerade,
is.
man. I like that.
All right, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call.
Again, I still use a little bit of toilet paper to dry, and I still appreciate good toilet paper. I just also like the bidet.
Yeah.
I like I got a full service beehole.
Full service. I would be careful who you tell that to. That's a description.
I'm not a careful person.
Hence the bidet. Just give it a wide spray.
Yeah,
you know,
figure it out.
Yeah, let's figure out where this goes, and then we'll take care of it. Steve in Gates Mills. Steve.
Oh, he definitely has a
he
bidet.
definitely has a bidet out in
Gates
Gates
Mills.
Mills. Ugh.
Yeah, now, the one thing that's bothering me, Mr. William Squire, great comedian, seems like a normal dude, Dayton, but dude, you were brought up 3 times putting pieces of poop on your counter. What's going on with you, man? What's happening?
Why is that a repeated
I'm
analogy?
saying this is Alan's counter, and if he has a piece of poop on his counter, how is he going to clean that up? Is he going to just wipe it up with a dry paper towel, or is he going to use soap and water?
I get it, but I certainly hope not. You're not putting pieces of poop on Alan's counter. That would be really.
I can't get into his house. But if I ever get the chance, there's going to be a turd on his counter.
He would never have the opportunity. I'd walk in my kitchen and go, Bill was here. There's a turd on my counter. I knew it.
You know what? I'll put a turd there, and then I'll clean it up the proper way, and you'll never know it was there.
Alan, best part of the bidet is the accidental enemas you give yourself. Accidental, air quotes.
Well, that's just, you just need to work on your stream control.
I was going to say, does it get caught up there? Or are you going to push it out?
Alan, I'm a female. I've had 3 GI surgeries in the past year and a half, and I no longer have any large intestine. Food goes through me quicker, and I got a bidet to ease irritation. I love mine. Again, that is an extreme.
Yeah.
I get that. That's an extenuating circumstance. I have full use of my small and large intestines. My whole upper and lower GI is intact for now. But God bless. Godspeed.
GI tract.
Mm-hmm.
Real American hero.
Real American hero. I've got to take a break. I will have those Killers tickets for you when we get back. Killers have announced a show here in Cleveland for next year, so you'll have them way ahead of time. They're going to do the Wolstein Center in October of 2022, but if you want to go, I'll hook you up. And then 5:30 is going to be your last chance today, a keyword that could get you to Vegas for this year's iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Temps drop into the 60s overnight. We're bringing back the heat and the humidity Friday. Highs near 87, clouds building back in. From 19 News, I'm meteorologist Kelly Dobeck on WMMS.
This report is sponsored by Safeguard Soap and Sanitizers. As we all find a new normal, don't just wash your hands, safeguard them. Safeguard hand wash and sanitizers help reduce the spread of bacteria. And it smells amazing. Now, buy one, get one free at Walmart and Walmart.com with online offer.
Looking to finance your dream home? Third Federal can help. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. We know it's a tight housing market, home prices are rising, and there's a lot of competition for homes. So that's why Third Federal wants to help you. Now through August 31st, when you buy a home with Third Federal, we'll give you $1,000. That's right, $1,000 to buy a home. Plus, we're the only lender that locks in your rate at pre-approval. And Third Federal mortgage rates are guaranteed to be the absolute lowest. We've already helped thousands of people buy new homes, and now we want to help you with $1,000 to buy a home. Apply today. 1-800-3rd-FED.
Right now at Third Federal, get the guaranteed lowest rate of 2.69%, APR 2.77% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Apply online, visit a branch, or call 1-800-3rd-FED. APR reflects 50% down and is for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Rate lock begins at time of pre-approval application. See conditions for guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Restrictions apply. Equal housing lender.
With Domino's Carside Delivery, you can carry out any 3-topping pizza for just $7.99 without leaving your car. So you don't have to interrupt your kid's favorite song.
And we'll all be friends just for one
You can interrupt this, actually.
Next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each, try Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up to the store, check in online, and Domino's will bring your food to you contact-free. Carry out only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary. Excludes XL and specialty pizzas. Crust availability varies by size. Message and data rates may apply when using Domino's Carside Delivery.
If you're even thinking about renovating, you have to check out the Houzz website and app. That's Houzz. More than 65 million people are using Houzz because it's the best tool out there to help your project turn out right. Why? When you hire a pro on Houzz, they can show you in 3D, using Houzz tools, exactly how your finished project will look. So for remodeling made easy, just go to Houzz. That's Houzz. And find a local pro to give you a great home and a great experience.
Breaking Benjamin, live in concert. With Papa Roach, plus Memphis Mayfire. Covelli Center, September 21st. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Breaking Benjamin, the return of rock, live. See them on the road this fall. Get tickets Friday. Check breakingbenjamin.com.
The iHeartRadio Small Business Spotlight. Have it shine on your small business by going to this station's website, keyword biz. We could give customers a look at what you do under the Small Business Spotlight. Just go to this station's website, keyword biz.
Research shows that people remember radio ads with British accents. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need, take it from a Brit.
Oi, barmy insurance blokes filching dosh out your pocket. It's barmy. Liberty Mutual won't leave you skint, mate.
Can you just say Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I think that's what I said, you blooming...
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Microban 24 protects against Staphylococcus aureus and Enterobacter aerogenes bacteria, but does not provide 24-hour protection against viruses. Every time you touch a surface, you leave behind bacteria. Use Microban 24 sanitizing spray to keep surfaces sanitized all day. Spray on hard surfaces to kill 99.9% of bacteria and viruses initially, including the virus that causes COVID-19. Microban 24 keeps killing bacteria for 24 hours, touch after touch. When used as directed, Microban 24, touch after touch, it doesn't give up.
Nothing goes better with America's favorite pastime than a clear sunny day and a crisp and refreshing major lager from the brew kettle. With a crisp taste, a slight bite of American hops, a clean and refreshing finish, the brew kettle's major lager fits in right beside peanuts, pretzels, and hot dogs as the perfect companion on game day. Pick yourself up a major lager from the brew kettle at Progressive Field and enjoy the official game day beer of Cleveland baseball while enjoying the greatest pastime that America has to offer.
First comes love, then comes sparkle, and that's where Diamonds Direct comes in. Engagement ring shopping is so easy at Diamonds Direct. Step 1, choose your perfect diamond. Step 2, choose your setting. Step 3, relax. Your Diamonds Direct engagement ring comes with a free lifetime warranty. That's no charge ever for sizing, cleaning, and routine maintenance. Step 4, the most important one. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation, the coolest people I know, in that they can keep you cool in the summer months and comfortable all year long. While everybody else is enduring milestone summer heat, Window Nation is marking another milestone year. Their anniversary celebration is going on right now. So for a limited time, you could get 2 free windows for every 2 windows that you buy and pay nothing for 24 months. Window Nation has expertly installed over 1 million high-quality, airtight, custom-fit, energy-efficient windows, including at Casa Cox. Now you can get treated to Window Nation's A+ rated customer service and beat all that heat while saving thousands during the anniversary celebration happening right now. So call Window Nation, 866-90-NATION. Make sure that you give them my name or go to windownation.com. Look around there. 2 free windows with every 2 you buy, no limit, no money down in the order. You'll pay no interest and make no payments at all for 2 full years. 866-90-NATION. Say Alan Cox gave me the info. Go to windownation.com. Make the call and you get it all. 866-90-NATION or online, windownation.com.
100.7 WMMS Communities.
Bike to Cure benefiting Velisano has moved to September 11th. They're back with in-person rides starting in downtown Cleveland. Or create a challenge of your own. It's all to raise dollars for life-saving cancer research at Cleveland Clinic. Visit velisano.org.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, for an injury lawyer dedicated to every client every day, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. An accident reported Kinsman Road at East 93rd Street. An accident on West 140th Bunce Road, north of I-90. An accident being cleared on Route 8 south past the Turnpike, causing delays. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires?
And right now at Conrad's, get up to $200 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires when you use your Goodyear credit card.
From the Nuremberg Paris studios, fighting for the injured since 1928. Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
Imagine getting to rewatch your favorite TV shows with the stars who were there. Don't imagine. Do it with Rewatch podcasts on the free iHeart app. From Scrubs to The Sopranos, One Tree Hill to The Office, and dozens more. Start from the beginning or pick your favorite episode and get behind-the-scenes stories and never-before-heard secrets from the set. The show may be over, but the conversations keep going on these TV Rewatch podcasts. Just open the app and search Rewatch, the free iHeart app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, Brandon Flowers and the Killers are coming to Cleveland next year, 2022. Friday night, October the 7th, they're going to play the Wolstein Center with special guest Johnny Marr, the legendary from The Smiths, from Modest Mouse, from his own thing, Electronic. There's a deep dive for Johnny Marr. Wolstein Center next year. You can secure your tickets now, right now, and then sit on them. Or do whatever. You know, put them in a drawer or something. LiveNation.com if you want other information. 2 for the Killers. Good luck. Be a good show. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The radio program determined to shave Cleveland's ass.
No, save Cleveland's ass.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
$35192 if you want to text for anything. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there if you like. Got the brand new Poundcake podcast for you, freshly minted. Latest episode of the Bill Squire Show is up there as well. Is a new one of those tonight?
Tomorrow. Well,
tomorrow. You do it live tonight?
Tonight it goes on the YouTube channel at 9 p.m. and then at 6 a.m. it goes on the audio comes out.
Mm-hmm. Hey, David.
Hey, Alan. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Not much. Bill, Mary, how you doing?
Yo.
Good.
All right. Well, I got my truck just a few minutes ago, and I heard we were talking about some bidets and a story about some Gatorade bottles from a gentleman from Saudi Arabia. My wife, we went down to visit her aunt and uncle in Columbus several years ago, and I used her restroom, and off the back of the piping off it, there's a sprayer that you have at your sink. And and I had to ask her uncle what that was about, and her cousin was married to a gentleman from Jordan, and they'd been staying there. And he hooked that up for him so he could take care of his business with that sprayer hooked to the supply line from the toilet. So I just thought that was kind of interesting thing to see at somebody's house. So,
well, they need to be clean enough to pray, and toilet paper probably doesn't do that.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that was just kind of a crazy way to see that get taken care of. But her uncle always had a way to fix stuff without spending a whole lot of money, so that's what he did.
The guy that he had from Jordan, was he always gifting them with almonds?
I have no idea. It didn't last very long. I think he got his way into the States, and that was the end of that marriage. So.
Sure, yeah. All right. Okay, hey, thanks, David.
All right, you guys take care.
Appreciate it. Anybody know what Jordan almonds are anymore?
Aren't they covered in like chocolate or something?
They're like candy almonds. They're like pink and pastel colors, but it's kind of an old-timey thing, but
I know it because
it makes me laugh. Jordan almonds. I feel like it's something that your grandmother would have had a bowl of.
The movie Bridesmaids, they have them in that when they're trying on dresses.
There you go. Jordan almonds.
At like a really fancy boutique.
Right. Boy, talk about crapping yourself.
That's the
right
scene.
There in the middle of the street.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I crap my dress.
It's happening. It's happening. God, I haven't seen Bridesmaids. I saw it one time in the theater. I haven't seen it since, but I really enjoyed it.
I loved that movie.
It's a movie I never think to rewatch.
It's hilarious. It holds up.
I don't think I ever really watched it. I think I tried to watch it and I was like, it's not in the right mood and didn't watch it. Yeah, just wasn't paying attention. So I got to give it another chance because I've heard good things about it. But I'm also not a huge Melissa McCarthy fan.
She's a very small role in it. She's like a tertiary character. That was like what I felt, and I could be wrong. I felt like that was the movie that broke her.
It was because she was super butch in it, and like she, you know. But yeah, Melissa McCarthy I think is really funny, but she writes all these movies with her husband. who's a funny-ish guy, you know, but these movies they write. I'm like, you got to get some other people writing you movies. And then, because she got so big from Bridesmaids and had a handful of hits, that obviously they're going to go, hey, make whatever movies you want.
Yeah.
And she insists on writing these movies with her husband, Ben Falcone. And they put them out, and you're like, oof, you guys need to get, you're funny, obviously.
Maybe a consultant.
Oh, something. Yeah, maybe somebody to tighten it up. I don't know what, punch it up, whatever.
I think it's funny that like the reason that she got famous is doing a mentally handicapped character on YouTube.
I didn't know that.
That's like what
No, she got famous from...
That's what got her like, that was like her first thing. Like she was viral, like a viral YouTuber. And like
Melissa McCarthy?
Yeah.
She was on Gilmore Girls.
But I'm telling you, this, like that character is what started getting her acting roles, like comedic acting roles.
Really?
Yes.
She's Jenny McCarthy's cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're both from Chicago. I don't know anything about her playing somebody on YouTube, but I remember a girl I was dating was a huge Gilmore Girls fan, so I got stuck watching a lot of Gilmore Girls, and Melissa McCarthy played a character named Suki, and that's what I remember her from when she got big on Bridesmaids. She's in the new Thor movie. She's, there's a scene in the new Thor movie where they're doing a play as the characters. Mm-hmm. It's like Matt Damon's playing Thor, I think. There's some kind of fourth wall bit, and Melissa McCarthy is one of the characters. But she's in this movie called Thunder Force recently that was on Netflix, and it was like her and Jason Bateman, and I'll watch anything Bateman's in.
Mm-hmm.
And on the surface, you're like, oh, this will be really funny. But, yeah. Listen, I love Melissa McCarthy. But some of these things, you're like, oof, somebody's got to... No.
I think the only other thing I saw her in was that Identity Thief movie. And I think I saw that like in a hotel somewhere.
Oh, with Jason Bateman.
Yeah, and I don't remember liking it as much. I liked her part in Bridesmaids, and I thought that was a lot. Like,
plus, that was such a high bar to cross, too, or to clear.
I feel like that might have been her next movie. I could be wrong, though, but...
She did that Happy Time Murders where all the cops are all Muppets.
Oh,
I don't know if anybody saw that, but it was out a few years ago.
I just remember her drinking melon balls in the movie Identity Thief. And I didn't know what that was. I'd bartended forever and had never heard of a melon ball. And it's like Midorian Sprite or something like that. And I was like, I've never had somebody order that before.
Midorian Sprite. Yummy.
Gotta be so sweet.
Yeah. But what was that drama that she did a couple years ago? It was a true story.
Ghostbusters.
No. It was I'm Sorry Very Much. Or what was the movie? Oh, Can You Ever Forgive Me? She played Lee Israel. This woman who had forged a whole bunch of stories from a famous author or something, and it kind of flew under the radar, but everybody said it was an amazing movie. But it was real dramatic and whatever. She's Ursula in The Little Mermaid.
What Little Mermaid?
The live action
Little Mermaid
right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can she sing?
Because we'll find out.
I don't know. I did like that spy movie. That was funny.
Was that her and Anne Hathaway?
It was her and Rose Byrne, I think. Where they mistake her for a spy. I don't know. That was funny to me.
Yeah, she did this character called Marbles on YouTube for years.
Marbles? I thought that was one of the Trailer Park Boys.
Let me see.
That's Bubbles.
Every time we do this, my phone is always in the office. Every time I need to look something up, it drives me nuts.
Melissa McCarthy, Marbles Harsgrove?
Yeah.
Is it something I can... Oh, this is... hold on.
Which I didn't even realize was you for the longest time. I was obsessed with this person on YouTube. And then I realized... And then I learned after seeing Bridesmaids that it was you. I don't know if anybody has seen the character Marbles.
I can't believe that you know... I don't think she's ever
Let's take a look at Marbles.
On anything, I don't think.
Hello, Marbles Harsgrove here again. 12-20-2006. Second video blog, getting right to it. Got a lot of emails and MySpace questions about E. coli.
This is largely a visual bit, by the way, too. She has like this real tight, like,
Bob.
Bob.
Like a Prince Valiant.
But Is she necessarily supposed to be like touched in the head, or she just looks like a random kind of dope?
I don't know. I feel
Is the bit that she's supposed to be mentally challenged?
I don't know exactly, but it feel like
I've never seen this.
The faces that she's making and like the voice that she's using.
I've never seen this. So you knew about this before all the other stuff hit.
Well, I knew about this. I feel like we talked about this on the show years ago.
I don't ever remember this.
I don't know. I've always been aware of it about her, and like I don't know. It's just again like she's some people's cup of tea. She's not mine.
Huh. I've got $1,000. It's a trip to Vegas. It's more than $1,000, right? Trip to Vegas. You and a pal will send you out, put you up, get you at all the iHeartRadio Music Festival shenanigans. It's next month, 17th and 18th, out in Vegas. And here is your trip. You got 3 of these a day. This is your last one today, so listen closely and make it count, and good luck.
Now, your chance to win a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Certain words sound dirty even if they're not. Just the one like flautist. He's a flautist. We caught him up on the hill there with a 10-year-old child. Most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Been in police work 23 years. My God, the both of them were flouting.
There's a great Robert Klein who was on the show last week, and it made me think of the flautist who was just fired from the Baltimore Orchestra for spreading conspiracy theories. It's reached into every area of modern life. Probably among they referred to her as a 37-year veteran of the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra, so that means she's well into the 65 and up range. That's your sweet spot for conspiracy theories. Boomers. A 33-year veteran of Baltimore Symphony Orchestra. She's the principal flautist with them. Now, I could see a cellist being into conspiracy theories. Maybe even a second chair oboe. But a flautist?
Well, she's always breathing out the side of her mouth anyway.
She had been warned on a number of occasions about some other things. Emily Scala is her name. Multiple violations of multiple workplace policies. These people can make money, by the way. When you are in the orchestra, if you're first chair for a major American city, you're making good money.
Flouting?
Flouting, doing whatever, right? They gave her, they kept disciplining her for not wearing a mask. Now, in her defense, it's really hard to play the flute when you've got a mask on your face.
For you,
they have special flute masks with a little flute hole in it.
No, this was just in and around the office. They weren't doing shows. She's exploring her options with lawyers, but they had asked her to stop spreading conspiracy theories about, the things that people spread conspiracy theories about. Freedom muzzles and such. Freedom muzzles.
It's a tyranny muzzle, thank you.
She wrote that the Baltimore, that the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra should not publicly support Black Lives Matter. In Baltimore, she thought it would be excessively political. She thought it was political to say, hey, stop killing black folks. And that she thought it was a scheme led by, say it with me, George Soros. Of course. So, anywho.
I love it. They change it up every single time.
No, they don't change it up. That's the problem. It's all the buzzwords. It's Mad Libs. You can fill in the blanks with what they're going to say.
I couldn't tell you. I just know George Soros is a Democratic billionaire. I don't know what he does. He just owns a bunch of crap, right?
Yeah, he's like a billionaire philanthropist, but he's also Jewish, so there's anti-Semitism in it. Of course, he's a Democrat, so he's a godless, satanic, crack-smoking liberal. The whole bit, whatever.
He eats babies. He definitely eats babies.
That's right. If you've ever seen him. I thought the whole thing, by the way, of the eating the babies and drinking the blood was because it gave them eternal youth. So look at the people they're accusing of doing this. George Soros does not look like a healthy, well man. By
It's
the
like
way,
vampires. You stay the age that you start drinking the baby blood at. So if he didn't start drinking
but who
baby
knows
blood,
how long he's been doing it? I mean, I would imagine if you've got a line on some baby blood, it's a growing industry.
See, she's working for the wrong company, because if she worked for iHeart, she'd just get a segment each week called Conspiracy Corner.
Where you could talk about stuff. You could come in.
No freedom muzzle here.
That's a good. We should do that.
Well, I think somebody else does it already.
Who? Somebody do that?
Peter does it, yeah.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
George Soros. Yeah, he's Hungarian. He's Jewish. He checks all the boxes for people who need a boogeyman to hate.
I like seeing people connect the dots like that. We're like, he's Hungarian, which means he's from Hungary. He's hungry for blood. Do you guys not see this?
Yeah.
It's right there. Do the research.
Yeah. So, yeah, they fired the principal flautist for the Baltimore Orchestra. You know, and again, I've said this before. I can't laugh at people who mock coronavirus and then die from it. There's this guy with the Texas GOP who was posting all kinds of nonsense on social media about how it was all fake and making fun of people for wearing masks. And he died from COVID 5 days after he was posting things on Facebook. So
5 days
it happened.
He was diagnosed with COVID. Like, he was diagnosed and he went quick.
He went quick. Yeah. He was posting all kinds of anti-vaccine nonsense and anti-mask stuff on social media and Facebook. And a guy named Scott Apley, young guy, 45, who got COVID quickly, died from it quickly. They hooked him up to a ventilator, and his wife was also infected. And so, again, some people have to learn the hard way. But the thing that got me was they started a GoFundMe page. And I'm like, you want a handout?
No.
A handout? You need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You need to get to work. The head of the Galveston County GOP. This guy died. His family set up a GoFundMe. I mean, you can say whatever you want, but come on. And nobody has to donate if they don't want to. But they've already raised $15,000 of public handouts. That doesn't... Come on. That doesn't sound right. We miss Scott deeply, the family said, but find comfort knowing he is at peace in the arms of our Savior. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, listen, if you're going to be in anybody's arms, from what I've heard, that's where you want to be. The guy just weeks prior had posted an invitation for a mask burning being held at a bar in Cincinnati, saying, I wish I lived there. Ah, yes, Cincinnati. Who wouldn't want to live there? Of course, masks equal Nazis and all that kind of stuff, right? Well, anyway, that guy's dead. And I think it's gross when people laugh, but the GoFundMe, come on. I mean, you got to figure it out on your own. You can't have people, you know. Am I wrong?
Cosign.
No, I mean, I don't laugh at it.
I just had tee-hee.
I'm more...
Poundcake did a tee-hee.
It's one of those things where you go... Like, it's not the first time that someone has done this either. Like,
well, it's 0% shocking.
Right.
No one's shocked by it. I mean, you know.
It's like, when is this going to register to somebody that's not vaccinated? And they're going to go, oh, I see what happened to this guy that believed a lot of stuff that I believe, and now maybe I'll get vaccinated.
It's never going to register.
But, like, why is that?
I have had this
because it's very difficult for people to admit they were wrong or duped.
I've had this conversation with members of my family where I am crying, begging them to get vaccinated because I can't handle another loss from COVID. And they won't do it. All the stories in the news don't matter. It's all fake news. None of it's real. The people who are going to die are going to die. There's nothing you can do about it.
So they chalk your dad's death up to what?
He was in a high-risk group, which is 100% true.
But but if they think it's made up, then a high-risk group for a hoax.
No. It's not a hoax. My family is not that it's a hoax.
It's overblown.
It's gonna kill who it's gonna kill. There's nothing you can do to prevent it.
Oh, I see.
that a vaccine's not going to help you at all.
But I see. They hear all this stuff about how 99% of the people that are dying right now from COVID are unvaccinated, and that doesn't get into their head and make them think maybe I should get vaccinated because those people are dying because they're not vaccinated.
Because
they probably wouldn't be dying.
Those people were going to die anyway. The people who are dying are still in high-risk groups. They're still old. They're still fat. They're still all
But
those
everyone's
things.
going to die. That's no revelation.
They're going to die from this. If they were going to get it, they are going to die.
I see.
Whereas if you're a 35-year-old healthy person, you're probably not going to die. So I'm not going to...
But those people were dying
Changed
too.
my everyday life. Because of you.
The argument my one brother used was that because... like 2,000 people died after getting the vaccine out of the millions who have gotten it, that if he's already at a 5% risk of dying from getting COVID, he's not going to increase that by another 1% by getting the vaccine as well. Because now his chance of dying is 6% instead of 5%. So he's going to stay unvaccinated.
Yeah, well, anyway, to your point, you're not going to...
You're not going to change it.
You're wasting your time.
No amount of stories, no amount of anything, unless they lose, and I don't even know if they, and God forbid, I don't want it to happen, if we were to lose another young, healthy family member, if it would matter.
I don't think that would matter.
I don't think it would.
Because there's always an explanation for it. They'd be like, well, it was their time. They were going to die from something. They're going to find out they had something, a congenital heart defect or whatever. One of the stories that I was reading today is that people in red states now who won't get vaccinated, they're calling them spread necks.
That's funny.
That is funny. By the way, we all completely forgot about Mike and Molly with Melissa McCarthy. That's where she broke out, was Mike and Molly with our friend Billy Gardell.
I don't hate that
who's
show.
got a birthday coming up. Mike and Molly was a very funny show. It was well written. It was acted well. It was very funny. That was a show that deserved to be popular.
Yes.
A lot of shows on TV. But who am I, right? I'm sitting here doing this. I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
All month long, you can get 20% off whatever you buy at CLE Clothing Company, whether it's sports-related or buzzard-related, or, as I understand it, they have quite a few items referencing the city of Cleveland. So if you just want to show a bit of civic pride, whatever it is, use the promo code VACATION for 20% off. You can do it in store or you can do it online, but use it this month. Hey, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Brandon?
Not a whole lot. I was driving around listening to you guys, and I think I have a compelling argument as to why this COVID guy's death is at least a little bit funny. All right, now hear me out.
I do love compelling arguments. They're my favorite kind.
Mine as well. I know you're a big Hitchens fan also. So, if you can separate the art from the artist, why can't you separate a tragedy from an individual?
Well, because it doesn't only affect them. You know, somebody texted me in the break and they said, well, doesn't that guy's kids and family deserve a GoFundMe? And I'm like, well, he didn't take them into consideration when he refused the vaccine or when he was actively and vigorously spreading misinformation. He rolled the dice that his kids might have one parent, which is precisely what happened. My wife and I are fully vaccinated, but I still wear a mask inside everywhere I go and have been because our daughter is not, because she's 5. And I don't want to get something from some dummy that will not affect me at all. I'll be asymptomatic. I'll be fine. But I could pass it to my kid. And I don't want to do that. So it's not just about the guy. So for all these people who are like, kids are the future and pro-life, and all, the guy couldn't give a rat's ass about that. So these people are thinking solely of themselves. And so if it were something that didn't in any way affect other people, like people are like, I'm going to eat whatever I want and I don't care about my body. God bless. You're going to die early of something, you know, but that only affects you. Technically. I mean, fat people have kids too. But, you know, that only affects you.
Yeah, they do, Alan.
You can't give someone, diabetes isn't contagious to your kids, is what I'm saying. So, again, I can't laugh when somebody, there's a lot of schadenfreude out there. I can't laugh when somebody dies because it's awful and it didn't have to happen. But
you're right. It is awful and it didn't have to happen. But a joke isn't really funny unless it's at somebody's expense. If this happens in a microcosm, then it's something that we can laugh at. Now, look, I've had a lot of stuff happen to me in my life. I've had cancer. Over the past week, I was bitten directly in the bumhole by a dog while delivering pizza.
Wait a second. There's a lot to unpack here, Brandon. You got cancer in the last week, or you got the beehole bite in the last week?
I got the beehole bite in the last week, and let me tell you, I've been to a doctor. I had to get a tetanus shot, some antibacterials, and the doctor told me, look, man, if you get rabies, you're done, so we might as well not even give you the shot. But I'm telling you right now, Alan, if I died because I got a rabies infection from a bumhole bite from a dog, yeah, it's a tragedy, but I hope that somebody that loves me will find a way to laugh at that.
Well, yeah, that's up to them and up to you. What kind of cancer did you or do you have?
I had. I was diagnosed when I was 21. It was stage 4 non-Hodgkin's large B-cell lymphoma.
Oh, man. And you're in remission?
Yeah, technically.
Wow. How long ago was that? How old are you now?
I'm 25 now, about to be 26 on August the 10th.
So that's not that long ago.
No, it's been about 5 years.
Yeah.
Do you have a bidet? Because I feel like everybody that we've been talking to
actually,
getting a beehole bum bite.
You just found your target audience for the bidet right here, if you'll pardon the pun.
Yeah, so this is one of the most upsetting things about the dog bite to me. Is one of my favorite parts of every day is that 5 to 10 minutes when I sit down in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, and have that poop time, which is now ruined because I have to contend with large canine bites in my butt, right?
How did how did a dog bite you in the bee hole?
So I've inherited through my mother's side a voluptuous bubble butt, and this was a large dog. So I saw it coming towards me. I turned to put my back towards it, and I guess when I turned, some wind got between the cracks, and the lower jaw in, pretty deep in there, and the upper jaw got just center left of the outer cheek.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was a terrible doctor visit, by the way. It's very close to what I imagine it would be like in prison for a smaller guy like me.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's hope you never have to do time, Brandon. Okay, listen, compelling to be sure. Thank you for the call, man.
Yeah, of course.
All right, there you go. There's Brandon. Wow. Cancer survivor. He's surviving cancer. Scott, hello.
Hey, it's kind of a bummer because I had the exact same story as him. No, I did not.
He's like, oh, we wore the same shirt today to work. Right.
Alan, me and you agree on many, many things. Deicide, Seinfeld, Steely Dan, Enya.
But
what I agree with everyone on your show, and I respect you guys so much for this, is your stance on COVID, because at least you guys got the balls to say it. Everything you guys say right down the line,
but it's not balls. Again, it's not, Dustin from Georgia, he goes, why do you guys harp on this? You're not changing anybody's mind. No. I'm not trying to change people's minds. I'm just talking about what's happening, and this is still that vaccinated people are essentially being held hostage now by people who are not
vaccinated from day one.
Whatever. So, it's is it well-tread ground? Yes, of course it is. But it's nothing. It's not controversial. And so,
no, but what I want to, just to say, the point I'm making is Mary, Bill, Poundcake, you all put together, all four of you. You all have like a little different look on it, but it really comes down to the same thing, like you said. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about other people.
Listen,
and not many people are coming out with that message. It's just me, 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 me. It's all you hear on the radio when you turn it on.
Mary was team vaccine before anything happened with her dad.
Amen.
But that brought that into clearer focus, obviously.
Yes. Mary, love you.
Love you too.
Stay
Okay,
strong.
hey, thanks, Scott, for the call. I appreciate it.
Have fun golfing.
Leslie, Grant Larson is on the phone from the National Park Service.
I cannot meet with him right now. We are in crisis mode, okay? Larry, just tell him I need to reschedule because I am trying to fix my beehole disaster.
Okie dokie.
No, Larry, don't tell him that. Don't mention my beehole.
Brendan had a literal beehole disaster. I still don't. A voluptuous butt, so he's got a shelf for an ass.
Yeah,
I get that.
A bubble butt that makes it easy. And so the lower jaw
went up
and scraped into
I wasn't envisioning it properly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just bad positioning.
Well,
Unlucky.
instead of at his front, he turned.
Yeah. Right, but still, I mean, you'd think the law of averages would say that he would get him on a cheek.
Yeah.
He'd get a hunk of cheek.
Well, he got a hunk of cheek, but he also
More
got
than-
more.
Oh.
Men who have like big butts, I just don't know how to describe them.
It sounds like he also kept this pizza safe, which I appreciate.
Priorities are the most important thing. That dog wasn't going after pizza. That dog was going after them cakes. Men with,
because there are some men, and people were like, "Oh, he does squats." No, he doesn't.
No, some men carry their weight in a more feminine way.
They have a huge
hips.
butt.
Yeah, hips. Yeah, and I certainly, I had a relative like that, and it was just, I didn't envy him, but whatever. It's a different look. More of a grimace vibe than anything else.
Pear-shaped.
Makes me think of the John Mulaney joke where he's like, the middle school kids are the meanest kids because they're so accurate, and he's like, hey, look at that guy, he's got feminine hips. He's like, the one thing I'm insecure about.
Feminine hips. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, you can always leave a message. That's 216-986-8903.
Yeah, I'm watching. What is the damn temperature in the studio there? You're bundled up with a big, thick hood on. It looks like it's very clear. So, what is the temperature in the studio there? Okay, thanks.
Wow, all right. Well, it sounds like apparently he's never heard of the Bill Squire Friday Get Down because he thinks the weekend is already starting.
Hey.
Man.
Some people have different days off,
I'm just wearing a hoodie. I mean,
Well, and Mary wears her jacket.
We know where I stand on the temperature in this room.
Yeah. I mean, I am warm in this, but it's comfortable. So that's why I'm not doing it because
today.
I'm cold. You're doing it because you're cold.
I'm always cold.
In here.
My hands are cold. My nose gets cold. Sometimes it's so cold in here, my nose will run.
Maybe you just have poor circulation.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, it's one thing to feel cold. It's another thing to have your extremities cold.
We've been over it 1,000 times.
Have we been over your circulation?
We haven't been over my circulation, but we've been over the fact that you two prefer it to be 61 degrees in here.
But it's never that cold.
No, it'll be like
I've deferred
66.
No, it's never below 70 in here.
That is a lie. I have pictures on my phone.
Well, not
that
from
thing
the thermos.
doesn't count.
That's the only access I have to the temperature in here.
Well, because our thermometer died. Not thermometer.
No. The thermometer doesn't change the temperature.
No,
it tells
us
you
what it is.
That thing changes the temperature.
Yeah, I don't think
so.
it
When I
works.
come in here, when Matitude's growing bananas here in the morning,
Yes,
it's
just
90
leave it at
degrees
80.
because he weighs
No.
110 pounds.
Yes.
Same when Corey Roddick was here. I'm like, guys, eat a sandwich. It's 90 degrees in here. Your skin's like tissue paper. I come in, dip it to 70. Still way too hot, but I know I defer slightly to you. That thing's never below 70.
Okay.
So, understood, you get chilly, but again, Bill and I do not need it,
Okay.
It's not 61 degrees is my
42 degrees in here.
Alan Tristan Thompson has one of them bubble butts.
Yes, he does.
That is true, doesn't it? You meet him at a party, you put your drink on his ass,
Where'd he get
and you go
traded
talk
to?
to somebody. He went to the Spurs, I thought, didn't he? Somebody grabbed him, or the Knicks, or he went to one of the teams. Tristan Thompson, yeah, he did.
He went to one of the teams.
Yeah, he did. He went to the Kings. Celtics dealt him to the Kings, Sacramento. He's like, I get to go from Boston to Sacramento. Oh, this poor son of a bitch.
He'll still find a way to cheat on Chloe.
Are they back together?
He's not going to let a location like Sacramento keep him from cheating on his queen.
Why do you think they call it Sacktown?
Well, it was a couple weeks ago. Like she posted something, and then Lamar Odom was in the comments like, "Hey, you look great," but like just giving her all these compliments, and then he replied, "He
got all mad.
She's taken," and it just like you both cheated on her. You both did.
Well, Lamar was just a crackhead. Like, at least he got an excuse. Tristan was just a pig.
But also, is there, maybe Poundcake could speak to this, or maybe Mary could speak to this, is there a certain element, though, of, I think some people enjoy that drama.
Cheating respectfully.
But it's not respectfully, but isn't there an element maybe of that where Chloe is like, these guys still keep coming back for more.
She wants
I got
guys
I
who
got
have
some
other
kind
options.
of I got some kind of magnet, right?
She wants guys who have other options but still choose her. That's what I think.
Except they keep
But they're
kind of choosing her,
Right,
and then
they're
they
not
stop
choosing
choosing her,
her.
and then they choose her again.
They're choosing other people.
They're choosing to put up with all the drama. They're like,
What?
listen,
They're creating
I will
the
go. I will
drama.
go through hell and high water to make sure my lady's good. So I can probably cheat again.
Well,
Also,
Hell and
I
High
love
Water
all
is
the-
so hot that they can't turn her down.
Hell and High Water.
Hell and High Water is so pretty.
Also, maybe she's just a strong, independent woman. And rather than everybody going, oh, poor Chloe, she knows what she's doing. She's like, yeah, you can go climb some hoes at a club, but guess who's back here holding it down with your kids, right? Maybe she's just a strong, independent woman. She's
She was a
rich.
strong,
She doesn't need a guy. Who are we to say that she should be kicking these guys to the curb? She knows what she's doing.
I mean, I think she's fully aware of what's going on. But I don't think a strong, independent woman would accept being treated that way.
Lamar Odom, she was at his bedside when he got OD'd at the goddamn bunny ranch.
I understand that. I
With
get what you're saying.
hookers.
She probably.
Dennis
I don't
Hoff's
know
bed
anything
was
about
at the Zach Bagans Haunted Museum that we saw in Vegas. It had stains all over it, which was dark energy. Which I thought was a really racist way to put it. Nevertheless, no, I mean, she was at his bedside. She's like, some women, what did Patrice say? Black woman loves you can shoot her and she'll come back, and So
Something
maybe
like that.
she
Yeah.
just.
It is what it is. Everyone has different lines wherever their lines are. Being cheated on is the line for me.
So you wouldn't be, let's say your boyfriend did this at the bunny ranch. You wouldn't be at his bedside just reflexively if he nearly overdosed. Even though the circumstances were carnal in nature.
So what?
Oh, really?
Sorry, I took him to the bunny ranch. By the way,
you'd ignore him in the hospital, clinging to life.
How quickly? How soon after? What was the timeline?
What do you mean? Was a timeline? He was at the bunny ranch. Lamar Odom was at the bunny ranch, getting high with a couple of chicks.
I would be there, but we
practically
would probably end
OD'd.
up breaking up.
Well,
after the fact.
I mean, Chloe's been pretty public about the fact that she's like, look, we're not getting back together, but, you know, I have a great deal of affection for him. And I just, every time I've heard her talk about it, it just sounds very adult. Like more mature than a lot of people would be about it. And to some people, it sounds naive or it sounds silly. But to a lot of other people, they're like, man, that's a solid perspective on things. You're like, yeah, we're not going to.
Too, they have a kid, so I don't know if she's like.
Do they?
No, I meant like with the Tristan Thompson thing, where if she just wants to keep it as cordial as possible and try to make it work so that the kid has somewhat of a normal upbringing, or she doesn't want them to be a product of divorce or whatever. I don't know anything about her. I can't speak to it. But if someone cheated on me 8 times, I'd be like, dude, I can't. What are we doing here? You clearly don't want to be with me if you keep going and sleeping with other people.
No, he does. He really wants to be with you.
Then stop sleeping with other people.
He had to sleep with other people to see if it was the best.
If he could, he would.
He's addicted to it.
Oh my gosh.
I think you're being a little hard on him.
He's a crack addict, like Poundcake said.
I'm the only person on this show that if I was cheated on multiple times, I would say we're done. Everyone else would keep taking them back.
We're not saying that.
You said I'm being hard on him.
I said it's worth
You can cheat on me once and we're done. I'm just saying I want a longer leash.
Oh my gosh.
We're not saying that. It's just that I think what some people read, it's a matter of perspective. What some people read as stupidity and naivete could be just a very strong person. She's like, look, we're not getting back together, but you're still a human being with whom I had a relationship, and so I want to make sure that you're fine and not dead, and then we'll go on from there.
No, I understand that. I'm talking more about the Tristan Thompson thing. Multiple times he has cheated on her, been caught on camera.
Yeah.
And she keeps taking him back. That is not something I would do.
But hanging out is not taking him
Go
back.
ahead.
No. What I'm saying is, first of all,
aren't they back together? Isn't that what you guys just said?
I thought they were back together.
But I take that with a grain of salt. I mean, that means somebody got a picture of them together. It's not like they're releasing press releases. We're back together. They have a child, so they have to co-parent.
Right.
That does, whether you hate them or not, it bonds you for life.
Right.
And there's an element of that. She didn't have kids with Lamar Odom, so she'd be like, good luck.
Yeah.
Good night and good luck.
I know plenty of people that it does not bond them for life.
Having a kid?
Yeah.
Right.
No, but I mean, if you're parenting correctly, you can't ignore each other for the rest of your lives, is my point. Alan, after 2 egg salad sandwiches, Mary should be able to change the temperature in there very easily.
I'm polite. I
think they're talking about farts.
I've been farting in Jason's studio, don't worry.
Oh, nice. No wonder he's out. He's under the weather. Mary's in there making things happen.
It is 85 degrees in that room.
Huh?
I have that heat cranked all the way up.
See, he's
It
from
feels
Florida.
So good.
So it's normally, you didn't have to touch it though.
No, it's normally
He's another
hot
one.
here,
His
yeah.
skin's like tissue paper.
So nice.
Well, he's also like just a little guy.
Yeah, he's like 98 pounds. Like a sauna in there. Got those rocks you got to pour the water on. Okay, let me take a break. Oh, Rick Astley, by the way, 1 billion hits on YouTube.
Hey.
From that song, finally.
Never
35 years later. But how long's YouTube been around? 15 years. Right? So he's like, 1 billion hits in 15 years. There's simply no way to know how that breaks out. But Rick Astley, I'm a convert. My wife dragged me to that show when he was here years ago at the House of Blues. It was an amazing show. So if he came back, I would go, yes, I will never give you... All right, you want to get the last word in, text 35192. Tribe pregame on the way shortly, and then they'll close that series tonight, 7:07.